The Pap Laszlo Arena in Budapest in Hungary for the third and final day of competition at the Budapest Grand-Prix. And it's a very good morning to former world champion Loretta Kusat-Dor. Good morning, Loretta.
Good morning, Sheldon. Right, ready to go. Third one in. Second day was brilliant. First day there was a lot of excitement, but yesterday there was a real few upsets, wasn't there? But I'm looking forward today because we've got some outstanding performers ready to start here.
Okay, we'll look at the 5 weight categories, and as usual we'll go through with the top 4 seeds. And we'll start with the under 78 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Mayra Aguiar of Brazil. The number 2 seed is Natalie Powell of Great Britain. The number 3 seed is Sato Ruika of Japan. And the number 4 seed is Keliema Antomachi of Cuba. One of those, or maybe someone else from the group. Who are we looking at?
Well, definitely the ones that you've already mentioned have got a very good chance of being on that podium. World medalists, world champions, world masters champions. You've got them all there already. But there is some youngsters that we've got to consider as well that are doing extremely well. And one young lady from Kosovo, and that's Kuka Loriana. For me, she's special. And I think she's capable of not only winning this, but definitely getting on the podium. She got a bronze medal in the European Games in Minsk just recently, and also she's under 23 European champion, and has won in Tbilisi a medal, in Tel Aviv a medal this year, and Marrakesh. 22 years of age. She's got to be dangerous. Also, you've got another youngster as well that's come on the scene. She moved up from 70 kilos from Great Britain. We already spoke about Powell, who's the second seed, and she's very, very strong. But nipping at her heels in Great Britain alone is Yates Brown, and Yates Brown got 5th in the World Championships, and she's moved up from 70s to 78s. A little bit of an unknown, still feeling her feet here, but one to watch. She's very unorthodox, very flexible. She causes a few problems, and we've seen it in the past with like Malonga, who got beat with her in the first rounds when she met her for the first time. So she's able to come out with some real surprises. And Sampoa.
Two really good shouts
yes.
there. I think Loriana Kuka and Katie Jumami Yates Brown. Did you have another one in there?
And Sampoa of Portugal.
Sampaio,
And again, Tbilisi, Marrakesh, junior European champion back last year.
Okay.
Again, one to watch.
The plus 78 kilo category, the number 1 seed, Idalis Ortiz of Cuba. The number 2 seed is Asahina Sara of Japan. The number 3 seed is Maria Suelen Altaman of Brazil. And the number 4 seed is Irina Kinzeska. And I'll tell you very quickly that Irina Kinzeska had to pull out, so we'll remove her from there. So we're looking at those top 3, and maybe someone else. Who have we got in there?
Well, with Kinzeska out, that gives Nunes a really good opportunity because she was in that block. So she gets a really, for me, I'd look at her as having an outside chance of getting on the podium. She's even got a better chance now of getting on that podium. She got a 5th place in Minsk, and she's medalled in Ekaterinburg, Tbilisi, and Tel Aviv this year.
Right, okay, that has had a quick look at the 2 women's categories. We've got 3 men's categories, and the first of which is the under 90 kilo category. The number 1 seed there is Nicolas Sherazadishvili of Spain. The number 2 seed is Tot Christian of Hungary. The number 3 seed is Ivan Felipe Silva Morales of Cuba. And the number 4 seed is Alexander Kukolia of Serbia.
World-class athletes, world champions. You've said them all, and they are going to be hard to knock off the podium place, but we've got to watch out for the Georgians. The Georgians have got some strong athletes, and there you've got Beka Ginivashvili. Tbilisi got bronze medal in Ekaterinburg. He's under 21 European champion and past junior European, junior world champion. So you cannot write him out. He's someone that's going to be a lot of pressure. And Chikshishvili of Georgia, 28 years of age, a little bit more mature there, and he got 5th in the Olympic Games. 2 very, very strong Georgians. Watch out. And there's a lot. I looked at that list. I could have gone on and on and on. So
the thing that has caught my eye is if we look at the plus 78 kilo category and the under 90 kilo category, if you said that was the a final podium at the World Championships, you'd believe it.
Yes, you would.
This is an incredibly high quality event.
Definitely.
Albeit that in some of the weights you maybe haven't got the kind of depth, but really this is incredible.
Well, especially at this weight, 90 kilos. Like I had that Mukai of Japan as well that's in there, and you've also got The Italian Marco Cini.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier.
He's moved up a weight category as well, though. He's moved up from the 81s into the 90 kilos. Still feeling his feet, but he's doing well.
And I think the same is going to be true, not of the plus 100. We'll just admit that right away. But definitely the under 100 kilo category.
Yes.
Number 1 seed, Cho Guam of the Republic of Korea. Number 2 seed, Wolf Aaron of Japan. Number 3 seed, George Fonseca of Portugal. And the number 4 seed, Kirill Denisov of Russia.
You sound like you've just announced the winners of today, really, when it comes down to it. It's definitely ones on the podium. I can't see anybody taking them off. You've got Choi, World Championship, World Champion in 2018, got World Champion in 2017, and you've got Fonseca, who can throw at will. He's an exciting judo player, and Denisov, who's world bronze medalist. And but one to keep an eye on is the Uzbekistan, and that's Kuramov.
Yeah.
And for me, Asian Pacific Championships got a bronze medal. Tbilisi this year, and Marrakesh he got bronze medal. Just an outside chance there.
Good call.
I think he's capable of upsetting. The Uzbekistans have been very, very strong this weekend, and you can't underestimate them. There's no doubt about it.
Okay, we've got one more weight category. It's the plus 100 kilo weight category, and the number 1 seed is Stefan Hegi of Austria. The number 2 seed is Or Sasson of Israel. The number 3 seed is Bekmirud Altaboyev of Uzbekistan, and the number 4 seed is Kagaura Kokoro of Japan.
Well, I would say with the Israelis, you have Sasson, who's very, very strong. There's no doubt. He's a Olympic bronze medalist. He's got a good chance of taking this. But the Israeli team have been a little bit flat this weekend, I feel. So I'm a bit nervous about him, and he most probably is a little bit nervous as well when you look at the lineup we've got here. But a couple of outside chances. Zelashvili of Georgia in Baku. He took a gold medal. He's also the junior European champion back in 2018. You've got Krivobokov of Russia, who's a bronze medalist in Baku as well. 2 outside chances that are capable of fighting well if they get an opportunity. And it really is down to how they perform here on the day. But you've mentioned some very, very strong lineup there. Once again, podium players, I think.
Okay, we're going to start by taking a look at the opening contest on mat number 1. It features Abdelrahman Benamadi of Algeria. He's up against Tural Safguliev of Azerbaijan. Let's go down there. Right, it was quite a lineup of fighters, to be honest. Just the plus 100 kilo category, a little bit short on real high quality. But to be honest, the rest of them, you know, we're going to be spoilt for choice today. And there's some really big groups in there. Right, with commentary on this, here is Loretta Cusack-Doyle.
Thank you, Sheldon. Yeah, and we're going to be starting off very strong indeed. This is the under 90 kilo category. Benamadi of Algeria and Safguliev of Azerbaijan in the blue. Well, as you would expect, starting off a little bit slower, sort of a bit cautious indeed. Neither one of these athletes really wanting to totally commit themselves 100% out there in fear of making the ultimate mistake. You lose in the first round, you're out for the day, and that's it. So both a little bit apprehensive, as you can see in their judo. The gripping styles are very strong, they're engaging, but it's not really following too much with a technique, using their feet to try and break the partner's balance, but that's about it. No real conviction there at this particular moment. Savguliev picking up the first Shido though. Which changed the run of this contest slightly, putting the Azerbaijan under a little bit of pressure. I say a little bit. I think he's just biding his time there at the moment. Sutemi was her attempt there on the edge of the contest area. Now he's got him into the Niwaza position. He's tied up. Benamadi looking to create an opportunity down there, but as you can see, his leg's been caught up very tightly there. It's a very tight position. The Algerian working extremely hard, but he's not really finding a way in. As you can see, Benamadi holding that sleeve down, and there you have it. The referee wasn't liking that at all. We weren't liking it either. It was a very negative gripping position, a real infringement of the gripping rules, and picks up a Shido for that effort. Well, they've decided to take that off. I'm surprised about that because from the angle that we were looking at, it looked like he was drawing that hand down and wasn't really using it as a pulling of breaking a balance at all. So a little bit surprised that that was waved off. Savguliev has picked up the second Shido for not being aware of the edge of the contest area, stepping out, and which was backpedaling and a way of avoidance. He comes over the back there, the Algerian deep in, but there was the lift from the Azerbaijan to get that counter, got him moving, unsettled him a little bit, but no score. The Azerbaijan desperately trying to get past the defensive right arm, as you can see, of the Algerian. It's inside, it's on the lapel, but it's blocking Savguliev's way through for that Sianagi, or even the Kouchigari that he seems to be attempting. He's not able to get that movement flowing as well as he would hope for. Again, once more, he takes the second best Savguliev with the grips. It comes round the back. He tries to drop underneath him, but again, closed down by the Algerian. Blocked it nicely and made him look very passive. Well, the Azerbaijan's really walking on a very fine tightrope at this moment. 2 Shidos on the board. One more would result in the hand Sokimaki, a disqualification for the Azerbaijan in the first round, which means there's no chance. A Kouchigari beautifully executed in the opening seconds of this golden score, and the win goes to the Algerian Benamadi. And he goes swiftly through into the second round of the under 90 kilos. Sadly for the Azerbaijan, Tural Savguliev is out of the competition. But I'm quite sure we'll see him again very shortly. And here's some of the highlights of the technique the winning technique, that Kouchigari. Good kumikata, excellent drive off the supporting leg, right through his opponent. Well, Savguliev really didn't have a look in throughout this whole contest, right up to the end, and the opening switched off in the opening seconds of golden score. Roslyankov of Russia in the white. Pesha of Austria in the blue there. Again, we're staying with the 90 kilos, the first round. Pesha, as you can see, with that right hand round the back, just on the shoulder blade of his opponent, controlling it quite nicely there. One hand on though, and he'll pick up a Shido because he's really not engaging. He's got a good strong controlling grip. Both of them pick up the Shido for lack of involvement in this contest in the opening minute. Now both, Pesha with the hands on the belt comes round, draws his opponent down into his knees. Now starts to work in the Niwaza, looking to create an opportunity there. The Russian controls it quite nicely, the situation. Very good defense. Didn't look in any danger at all. The referee asking him just to tidy up now. Well, with the looseness of a gi, it does mean that it's a disadvantage to his opponent, especially when you're trying to grip strong and get that contact, and the gi's all over the place. The Russian comes in now, right hand over the top, comes in with the Uchimata, has now had a bit of a wake-up call. 2 Shidos to 1. And we're just coming up to the halfway mark, so already too many Shidos on the board for my liking. So the attempt there from the Russian, comes in deep, gets the lift, sadly doesn't get the finishing touch to it. Pesha holding his elbow slightly. Looking a little bit uncomfortable. Obviously that exchange, that movement with the Sodi just clipped his elbow. Usudagari, oh, nicely done. Scoring a Wazari, it's gotta be. Into the Osakumi, but Pesha does extremely well to get out of that situation, but a minute and a half, well, he's still got plenty of time to come back. And as we know, with the Russian with the 2 Shidos, he can't afford to now start backpedaling out of this contest and defending. One more penalty and he'll be out. Well, Pesha now really has to change into second gear here. He has to step it up now. We know he's got that. It comes round the back. He gets in very deep there on the belt. Makes him quite dangerous if he can get that close. But the Russian, as you can see, is starting to defend. He's making some silly errors out there. And it's only a matter of time, I think, that he could pick up his third and final Shido. And yes, there it is. Third and final Shido. It didn't take him long after just scoring with the Wazari. And it was a right call for the referee. He's not happy, but it was his own doing, and Pesha goes in, takes the win, and goes through to the second round of this competition. Now we have coming up a very interesting match. Now for me, Nabali, one of these underrated and unstated athlete who's got lots of potential and has had for so many years. He's a very dangerous athlete, Nabali. For me, nice judo. Bobanov there of Uzbekistan in the blue. Again, two very strong athletes. One, Uzbekistan, very strong. Nabali, although strong, is much more open and dynamic and exciting to watch as a judo player. I think we've got the clash of the style versus the power here in this contest. First round in the under-90s, and we're into the Pool B. Still battling away. 59 athletes participating in the under-90s. Quite a good turnout, and some wonderful athletes participating here. It's going to be a really tough competition here in this weight. Well, Nabali a little bit laid back, but he's trying desperately to engage there. Uzbekistan takes the first. Ouchigari there, nicely done. Scoring a Wazari, Nabali takes the lead. A nice entry. Again, it wasn't powerful, it wasn't aggressive, it just was style. Left hand over the top, which you normally sort of find left-handers are awkward to fight. Traps the right hand. Bobanov really trying to come to terms with that left hand. He's trying desperately to control it. He comes in the inside as if there's a block, but I don't think it's really doing too much. And as you can see now, Bobanov really trying to defend. Two Shidos to the Uzbek, and needs to start stepping up a gear in this contest. But he's really finding it difficult against that left-hander. But is this the mistake that the Ukraine has made? Came in for a very soft Sutemi Waza, and there, what a mistake, but he gets out of it. And just in time before the score goes on the board, tries to reverse it. Well, he was a very lucky man, that's all I can say. Bobanov didn't react strong enough in that opportunity. It was gifted to him, the Niwaza, and didn't take full advantage of it. Nabali, as you can see, trying to get that left hand over, but he picks up the Shido. I think it was just the awkward positioning that he was in when the left hand was getting, but Uchimata from Bobanov, nicely done. It was tried to, the Ukraine was trying to ride the Uchimata, didn't get the leg up high enough and get the spin on for the counter. Straight across, stepping over for the Tayatoshi, just clipped the feet of his opponent, stumbling him to the ground. Again, the Ouchigari, we saw that right at the beginning. It was what scored him the Wazari in the opening minute of this contest. Had a think about it for the Niwaza, decided not to enter any deeper. He's into the last minute. Still plenty of time, though, for the Uzbek to come back. Nabali Sumigashi attempt. We saw this last time, and he put himself in some really hot water. Nearly had himself held down by attempting that very same technique. He's a little bit loose with his Sutemi wazas, something that I'd say stay clear of if I was his coach, especially at this sort of time when we're coming to the last half minute. He's only got one Shido on the board. Lovely movement there, but it was blocked, so it wouldn't be. There was a pause within that movement. Nice spin through, though. Well, they're looking at the care system, but for me, there was a clear block for the initial movement for the Uzbek. Nabali sort of dug in deep, paused it, and then there was that little turn at the end. So really it shouldn't be classed as a wazari. Let's have a look at it. He spun through, and there was the block. The knees were there. He turned his hips one way, and then there was a spin. So up onto his knees, a block, a turn of the hips, then there was a little finishing touch to it. So just got the end of that last technique there, which was a Wazari Aseti Ippon, and Nabali takes the win and goes through to the next round of the under 90 kilos. And here's some of the highlights. Sutemi was a Sumigashi, and a third and final shot at it. Twice he nearly got himself in trouble in the Niwaza, but the third time he got that Wazari, so it paid off at the end. Bozbayev of Kazakhstan now in the white, and we have Stewart of Great Britain in blue. And believe it or not, we're still in Pool B. It's going to be a long day for these athletes in 90 kilos. 59 athletes participating. And some real world-class athletes in the mix of it all. Sodi attempt there. Max looking a little bit in trouble there. As you can see, he's got his arm caught up, and it's really sort of blocked that right side of his. Kazakhstan looking very powerful over Stewart, who picks up the first Shido. Tries to stay light on his feet, Stewart, keeping his distance at this particular moment, looking to try and get his desired grip against a very strong Kazakhstan. Uses his feet with the Koichigari show, but finds himself on the receiving end of an attempt of that Tai Toshi as he Bozboyev steps across. Both exchange on grips. Bozbayev head clashing in there, has the sleeve, controls that right side once more of Stewart, who breaks it off quite vigorously, but Back in there again, he's got that sleeve once more caught up. Bozbayev come throughs with the Sianagi, lifts Stewart, doesn't get the finishing on it. Stewart now defends in the Niwaza. Well, there's been a lot of work from the Kazakhstan. Stewart still really wanting to put his mark in this contest. Hasn't really had a chance to show what he's capable of doing. Very talented young lad from Great Britain. Does have some really nice skills, but I think he's been overpowered here by his opponent. You see the sort of type of skills he's capable of doing, the Kosoda, as he stumbles the Kazakhstan backwards. And it was just a stumble, a bit of a show. A little bit more conviction he needs there, Stewart. 1 minute and 14 seconds remaining. Two Shidos on the board for Stewart. One more would result in the hand sokimaki, a disqualification for him, and he goes over the back there once more. Ozbozbayev riding that Sianagi. We've seen that a couple of times now from him. He doesn't seem to be able to defend from it. He can spin it at the other end. It doesn't have a bit of a finishing touch for the Kazakhstan, but it's so close to getting scored against. Stewart desperately comes across with those long legs. Oh, so close. It was the deepest he's got in there. The Osota clipped the back of the heel, the knee, and then turned it into the Makikomi, but just didn't have the power to follow through and get the score. It might have given him a boost of confidence to know that he's capable of getting in deep and being able to do his judo if he really just goes for it. He's got to be gutsy, he's got to be brave out there. And he has to stay fully engaged in this contest. Two Shidos, one more and he'd be disqualified. So he has to dig in deep. He's got seconds remaining before we go into golden score. Now, up until now, you would say Bozbayev has dominated with the power and the good gripping skills in this contest. Stewart, for me, has showed a glimpse of what he's capable of doing and how dangerous he can be if he commits himself just that little bit more. He's been a bit standoffish in this contest, a little bit apprehensive, possibly doubting his ability. But surely that Osotogari, when he came in so deep, should give him the confidence to know that he's capable of doing so much more than what he's showing at this particular moment in this contest. So 21 seconds into golden score. Stewart really has to step it up a gear. He's got to come out fighting. He's got to stop playing second fiddle here in this contest, and this is what he has done right up to this point. He's got the cross grip, he needs to use it, but he walks on to that Sianagi. A little bit of fancy footwork was never going to work against this very strong Kazakhstan. And there you have it, an Ippon scored in the first half a minute in golden score. Bozbayev goes through to the second round, and sadly for Stewart, a little bit disappointed. He'll be Brazil in the white, and representing Hungary, Tot in the blue. Well, the support for the Hungarian team here this weekend has been outstanding. A real knowledgeable crowd here that has given their full support. And it has made a difference with quite a few of the athletes as far as their performance is concerned, especially some of the younger ones that we've seen. They've got a good team that's coming through, some very young, promising athletes that are here this weekend getting the exposure, experience that is required to then go through on this world tour. Tot taking the first Shido. Assis of Brazil. Now he's getting his head caught up there. He didn't like that and changed position, wanting desperately to get that left hand on the lapel. And as you can see, tactically the Hungarian keeping the sleeve down to avoid any danger. Tot coming in with the Uchimata, switching it to the Sumigeshi. Nice combination. Worked very, very well against the Brazilian. And that will be a little bit of a shaky point for the Brazilian now, that knows that if he allows him over the top, that Uchimata can be a danger. Well, Tot there trying to get past those legs. Now it looks like the Brazilian in a little bit of danger here. He's trying desperately to keep his opponent at bay, keep him far away from the top part of the head. Well, Tot taking the win for Hungary, and he goes through into the second round to the delight of this crowd. Well, now we have representing Germany, Schmidt in the white, and representing Estonia in blue, Kusek. So Kusek in blue, Schmidt in the white. Well, the German, as you can see, has just picked up the first Shido. So the attempt there for the German didn't really get much of a rotation on there, landing directly onto his face. Well, working on the feet there, Schmidt looking very strong, having a little bit more control in this contest, but he's still under a bit of pressure, looking as if he's too defensive here. Needs to start, although he's strong, he's defending well, he needs to start putting a few more attacks in. And I think he's capable of doing that. He's coming up to the halfway mark, but already it's looking quite dangerous for him. 2 Shidos already on the board. One more would disqualify him, and he really has to start digging in deep now. Well, they're digging in deep, and that's exactly what he did. Wazari on the board, past the halfway mark now. But he's still not out of the woods, as you can see. 2 Shidos, one more would be the disqualification. So he really has to start digging in again and making sure that he completely seals the win here for him to go through to the next round. Unfortunate for the German, he's left himself in such a predicament here that in any other case, if he didn't have those Shidos, he would be guaranteed a place through into the next round. But at this moment, what's floating around the top of his mind there is that those 2 Shidos is going to be a possibility of sealing his fate. Sianagi, nicely done. And a Wazari scored. So Schmidt leaves himself once more very, very vulnerable. Brings it up to even, but not even with 2 Shidos. With 1 minute 17 seconds. Kusek does extremely well to come back. Another Sumigeshi, continuation of the move. And I think this could be upon Wazari Assetti upon. There wasn't any pause in my mind here. It was a continuation. And 1 minute remaining in this contest. Schmidt takes the win and goes through to the next round. There you have it. Continued to move. There was no pause. There was just change of direction, change of head positioning to get the drive. Nice technique. Now we have Golan of Israel in the white, and he's up against Jane of the USA. Nice start. Well, that's just shaken up the Israeli no end with the Wazari for Jane. Pulls down Tomanagi once more. Obviously loves the Sutemi Wazas. Very sharp. Very excitable. And for his effort, he's got his Shido. I don't think it's bothering him that so much though, as he turns him over. It's literally playing with him out there in this contest. The American looking very strong, quite exciting out there to watch. It's quite refreshing to see someone who's just really going for it. He wants that win and he wants it badly. Is this one of the athletes in this weight category that has gone under the radar? An unknown. Well, he's definitely not going to be one I'll forget in a hurry after this. Love his style, love his enthusiasm, his determination. Hope he gets the outcome that he's looking for in this contest. Well, Israeli comes under. Oh, nicely done. Now that is upon. And the kiss of death was just given to him. Golan, although he was caught at early stages of the contest, a bit of a shake-up, but also a bit of a wake-up for him. And comes through, spins under his opponent, continues the move, and throws him for a pawn. But Jane... what a performance from this young man. No, he just got caught there, this young man, Jane of the United States of America, 22 years of age. Continental silver medalist, 5th in the Junior World Championships. Definitely a young man to watch for the future. Great win though for Golan of Israel, and we'll see him a little bit later on. He'll be up against Schmidt of Germany in that next round, so that'll be interesting. Ali, Finland here in the white. Maliapolos of Greece in the blue. Maliaropoulos there, coming in deep, high collar grip, hooks in with the Uchimata. Ali trying to get that lift under the belt. Trying to suplex him back, but just... the Greek just keeping in, digging in deep. Well, Maliaropoulos there digging in with the Oso Tagari, just didn't get the upper body control. The leg was in deep enough, but he didn't have that skip through to be able to break his opponent's balance to make it successful, but the commitment's there. But sometimes when you're not in the body positioning and you leave yourself overstretched, that's the chances that you give your opponent to counter. So he's got to be careful as he overstretches on his legs and leaves his body behind. That head needs to come right through first before engaging anything else. So he's got to be careful. Throws that arm over the top, a very good, strong kumikata. And again, he lifts back this time. A very powerful throw, scoring Ippon and a place in the next round. Maliaropoulos of Greece goes through to the next round. And here's some of the highlights that got him there. Well, Maliaropoulos of Greece will go in to meet the number 3 seed, and that's Denisov of Russia. And now we're staying with the under 100 kilograms. Bata in representing China in the white. Katharina, the Netherlands, in the blue. Kosota, nicely done by the Dutchman. Little powerhouse this young man is. .21 years of age, this young man from the Netherlands. Definitely great, promising athlete. Ranked 50 in the world ranking. One of the European Opens in Romania, was bronze medalist this year. And Junior World Championships was silver medalist last year. Now he makes his debut here on the world circuit. Already he's making a good impression of himself. Rima Batu with one Shiro on the board at this particular moment. Coming up to the halfway mark. Really hasn't had an opportunity to settle in to this contest. The Dutchman silly really gave away a Shido of just pulling the grip and not following through. It's all right breaking off a grip, but you've got to do something with it, otherwise it's classed as negative. Trying desperate to come over the top of the head there. Rima Batu not having any of it. Very strong gripping style from both of these athletes. The Dutchman starting to not have as much spark that he displayed in the earlier seconds and minutes of this contest. As you can see, there's now been more opportunity for China to start to come through. The strong defences and the strong actions of the Dutchman that we saw in the earlier minutes of this contest. The right hand on the lapel for the Dutchman. The controlling factor there. Takes the sleeve. Throws the arm over the top. Now he's got his grip here. He needs to, but you can see his opponent's head still very much upright, strong, but defensive. And there's the second Shido because of the defensive action to avoid what looked to be an entry for a technique. China uses the feet nicely to step back his opponent. Katharina is looking for it with his weight transferred forward. The head goes slightly down, lower than his opponent, and also he has that disadvantage being slightly smaller than his opponent, but that leaning forward breaks his balance, but not in a positive way. And as you can see, the Sasai there is stumbling him a couple of times, and now we've got the second Shido, and that's two apiece now. Either one of them make another mistake here along the way, and it could cost them a place in the next round and out of the tournament. Tsuyotoshi attempt there. Again, he uses his weight to go forward as he throws that arm. Very dangerous indeed. Now we're into the golden score. Head-to-head clash in there, the high collar grips both opt for. Both definitely favouring that high collar lapel grip. Two Shidos apiece, golden score, 15 seconds gone. Kosota switching. Oh, yes! Well, that was so close there for the Dutchman. Now both athletes starting to look a little bit tired. It's been a very physical match, there's no doubt about it. In 4.5 minutes they've battled away, but there you have it again. Another Kosota stumbling back. Katharina doing extremely well to defend off that attack. Just about got out of there. His coach really trying to boost him up there and make him work harder. He knows he has to be very, very physical and he has to be alert in this contest. And this sometimes when it comes to maturity, he's a young athlete. It's his first time on the world tour, and he's trying desperately to get his gi in order, and the referee trying to hurry him up. But when your arms are like jelly and your grips have just gone, it's most probably one of the hardest things to do. Has to stay focused though. Kosota, yes, and he gets it. Beautifully done. Ippon scored. He just needed that little bit of time to compose himself in the mate. So the Dutchman goes through to the next round. Well, he had to fight for that, there was no doubt about it. But a great match and a great finish. And there's the highlights of that win. Nice.
To check and see who else is on the tatami, just having a look round. But we'll stick with Coffee Creme. He's Coffee Creme Kobena. See how he gets on here against Lupokio. Both fighters pick up penalties. Not a great deal going on, so the referee decides she's going to just try and push things along a little bit and see if she can inject a bit of pace into the contest, given that neither of these two have. Porcio looking to go over on the right side, and Kobena left-sided. Thought about the Uchimata there, didn't he? Uchimata Ochigari, but didn't go through with it. Porcio a little bit tentative at the moment. Not sure why, but it looks as though Kobena may pick up the penalty here, I think. Just a little bit overly defensive. Second penalty picked up. Minute left to go. Kobena needs to open up now. He's picked up 2 penalties. He's still in this. He's got grip on that side. Just that little bit too long, I think. He might get away with it. That's better. I wonder why he's waiting until the last 40 seconds to throw in two of his better attacks. There you go. It's not looking half as bad now when he comes up with the attacks, Kobena. Well, he's taken him into golden score, has Kobena. Loporkio would have come into the contest as the more likely winner, but to be honest, he hasn't done a great deal. And Kobena is still in it. Oh dear. Into the golden score and into the Osai Komi. Katagatami from Loporkio, and he wins out there. A disappointing end for Kobena, having just stepped things up in the last 40 seconds, really. Kind of wandered through the contest without having any real direction, and then in the last 35 seconds he kind of switched on, and then in the golden score period, the first few seconds, that was it, the first action, he just fell into that Osai Komi. Kageura Kokoro of Japan winning out in his opening contest against Rakan Zaidan of Saudi Arabia, or as one of my colleagues once said, the Kingdom of South Australia. There you go. It's always a good idea to have a look at the list of countries that are taking part first thing in the morning, and then don't get surprised by unusual country codes and country names. It happens to all of us. We're sitting up there nicely in a classic Kesugatami position. Nicely finished off. Right, who have we got coming up now? We're watching the plus 100 kilo category on map 1. I don't see any real reason for moving from there, so we may as well stay there and follow this pair. Indeed, we're watching Irinel Vasili, Celaru Grigoros of Spain. He's up against Judo Spikers of the Netherlands. Celaru in the white judogi, Spikers in blue. I think I've spoken to Celaru before, but he's not really a regular on the circuit. Half the contest gone. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. That's not a great deal to write home about as yet. Things may change. And no sooner having said that than Judo Spike has decided to get things underway and make some changes, so there you are. So, Judo Spikers of the Netherlands into round 2. Coming up next, Yahi Kamo of Ukraine faces Yuan Shaotong of China. Kamo in the white judogi, Yuan in blue. Spikers, who won the previous contest, is going to face Kageura Kokoro in round 2. This is a tricky little pool, actually, if Yahi Kamo can get past Yuan Shaotong. He's then got the winner of the Hungarian and the Kazakh. And then if we can get past that, it'll probably be Kageura. He seems to be in pretty good form. Well, if you want to continue watching this one, then just click on map 1. But we're going to move over to map number 2. I want to take a look at one of the home favourites. It is Top Christian, the number 2 seed. He's about to get underway with his opening contest. It's a round 2 contest. He had a bye in the first round, but he's up against Xie Yadong of China. Xie in the white, it's Tot in the white judogi, Xie in blue. Chinese men's team are in the development stage. I don't expect a great deal from them. Going through a bit of a change at the moment as they try and raise their particular standards. It's an odd situation that you've got a nation that has such a strong women's program and the men's program lags behind. But that is the case with China. Always had really successful women. And there's a huge disparity, glaring, between the success of their women's team and that of the men's. So Xie Yadong has got his hands full here with one of the best in the world in Top Christian, and he's not only fighting Totti on the tatami, but he's fighting, you know, the home supporters as well. So plenty of support in here for Top Christian. Yeah, he kind of mugged him there, didn't he? There he goes again, this time with a beautifully executed Ippon Seoinage. Well, there's been some talk about the medal prospects for the Hungarians, and they're okay with picking up a few medals here and there, but what they really want to do is to win a gold. And perhaps Morote Seoinage it was, actually. Maybe Top Christian is the man to bring it home for them. So Tot goes into round 2. He'll face the winner of the upcoming contest, and that features Mukai Shoichiro of Japan is up against Yuta Galarreta Villa of Peru. It's Galarreta Villa with the job in his hands. Mukai in the white judogi, Galarreta Villa in blue. Gonna have a bit of a sore elbow there.
Mukai here in the under 90 kilos. One of my favourites for the day to be on that podium in the final block. He's up against a young man from Peru, Galarreta Villa. He's really given a good account of himself. Very strong looking, athletic lad here, but he is up against a very tough opponent. But good gripping style. Good athleticism. As he drops there, tries to block the Sianagi for Mukai. Oh, a nice change of direction though. And this young man from Peru looked like he had a little bit of a twinge in the back there to try and avoid being thrown. He's looking quite tired out there at the moment, as you can see. He's been under a lot of pressure and picks up a shit over all his effort. Galarreta Villa defeated, to the surprise of us all, but Zachary from Canada. It was a big surprise there. The winner of this match will go on to meet Christian Tot, who just won his last bout. A man that is going to be really hard to stop, considering he's on home soil here. Cross grip. Right round the back there. Change of direction, side turn. Well, we're now into golden score. And Galarreta. Villa doing extremely well against a very tough opponent here. Very impressive young man from Peru. And there's the highlights. Pushed him forward, then got the lift. The Uranagi right back. He just looked so tired. There didn't seem to be any defences there whatsoever. Justo Perion in white. Boranovic. From Serbia in the blue. Tajikistan there in the white. Really struggling to get out of what was a tricky situation. The Serbian in there deep. Really tightening up, but Justo Perion did extremely well to get out of that and has now reversed it into the Osakomi. What a turnaround! Oh, goodness me. Well, I can't see him getting out of that at all. He's tied it up very tight indeed. Justo Perion takes the win in the first minute of this round 2. He'll be up against the winner of the next match coming up. Well, the next match on the Pool C, next couple of matches will be very interesting in the next round, and you've got Tots of Hungary, who's the number 2 seed coming into this competition, up against Mukai of Japan, and that will be very interesting, so don't look out for that one. Now we've got Colton Brown, again another strong athlete. Bulekova of Kazakhstan. Well, the Kyrgyzstan defeats without any problem Colton Brown. And he'll go through to the next round with Ustov Pirion.
Real disappointment. Real disappointment for Colton Brown.
Yes.
I think he had a good run in Canada, you know, if I'm not mistaken. But maybe it's just the bridge too far, you know, a week or so later, or a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And then
it's the change,
it's the travel, it's the travel and getting over here, reacclimatizing and then getting back up to that kind of level, and maybe it's just that little bit too much.
Very, very difficult. There's no doubt about it. And
well, you are absolutely spoilt for choice here. Todd Fanny down on, well, she just finished on Rochelle Nunes on mat number 1 against Zsighetvári Metszeres of Hungary. Here on mat number 2, we're going to stick with Wolf Aron of Japan. He's up against Veg Zhomba of Hungary. On mat number 3, it's Avtandil Chirikishvili of Georgia. He's up against Cyril Grossklaus of Switzerland. And then down on mat number 4, a really tough contest, Ivan Felipe Silva Morales of Cuba. He's up against Jamal Petgrave of Great Britain. The choice is yours, but we're going to stick here on mat number 2. Round 2 in the under 100 kilo category. Wolf Aron of Japan up against Veg Zhomba of Hungary. Wolf in the white judogi, Veg in blue. Loretta Cusack-Doyle is going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to be joined by Hani Al-Said. He is on the refugee team, the IJF group of, or the group of refugees who've been invited along and are competing under the banner of the International Judo Federation. They're from a number of countries: Yemen, Afghanistan, Syria, and their status as refugees from their original countries. They've now gone on to other places and are looking to settle there. And in the meantime, or as they do that, we are including them and giving them an opportunity to compete under the International Judo Federation banner. I think that's a really good thing, because the likelihood of them being able to go to new countries and to establish themselves very quickly is very slim. Let's say, for example, that you came from Yemen, where you had previously done judo, and then you went to Germany. The likelihood of you being able to get into the German team is pretty slim. Not just for the length of time that it's going to take you, but to achieve qualification, a nationality and all those sorts of things. So what we're doing is we're giving those athletes an opportunity to compete under the banner of the IJF.
Just alleviates a little bit of the pressure, doesn't it? And they can concentrate solely on performing.
And they're under plenty of pressure.
Yeah.
So we will have Hani Al-Said sitting in a couple of minutes.
I'll look forward to listening in on to that.
Oh, I thought you were going to take a break.
Oh, I can't. Be interesting.
You might have to listen on
I'll have to listen
headphones
to the headphones.
Wolf securing the Wasai-Komi. I think he may be called Tokita now. He's on the verge of Wazari Awazeti upon having already scored Wazari, but that was called Tokita, so we continue. Half the contest gone, Wolf leading by Wazari. Well, he's just that, I was going to say, he's just that little bit too sharp. He's actually a great deal sharper than Veg. And Veg would have known that coming in anyway. You know, he was going to be up against it. Right, coming up next, Joachim Dvaby of Sweden faces Vlad Vizan. So not Vlad Vizan. Why did I read that? Ionut Vasian of Romania. It's Dvaby in the white judogi, Vasian in blue. I think we're going to stick here. Unless, of course, we get Becca Gviniashvili in the under 90 kilo category coming up soon. We might do that, but I think in the meantime we're just going to stick with Joachim Dvabi. Why not? We'll have a few contests in the, well, a couple of contests in the under 100 kilo category, and then we'll have the plus 100 kilo category starting on here as well. We may stick around there. Orsasson and Eric Abramov, and then we've got Andy Grander and Daniel Allerstorfer as well. So keep ourselves busy with that. Yeah. Joachim Dvabi just trying to free that right leg. He's going to try and get the top half secured first, put the squeeze on there, and then once he's got that, he'll try and get that right leg out. Okay, well, I'm delighted to be sitting alongside. It's just into the afternoon. I was going to say this morning, but we're into the afternoon. I'm delighted to be sitting alongside Hani Al Sayed, who's here competing for the International Judo Federation on our refugee team program. He's originally from Syria, and it gives me a great pleasure to welcome you. Good afternoon, Hani.
Yes, good afternoon.
How are you doing?
Yeah, I feel very good.
One contest today?
Yes.
A tough one, wasn't it?
After I come from injury, so it was a tough one. Yeah. But,
Hani, where are you living? Because you are originally from Syria, and we all know the difficult situation that exists there. So where are you now?
yes, I live in Norway, and I practice judo and some clubs, and where they have randori, I just drop in and to training. Always in judo, you are welcome to training.
As long as you've got a gi, just get in there.
Just get in. And sometimes I training in Germany, in Cologne Judo Center when I visit my family in the summer. Yeah. So judo. Yes.
The competition for you in Norway, do you feel as though there are enough bodies for you to get practicing with, or?
Yes, I think I must practice more judo. I must work more harder to get some.
Now you competed in the under 100 kilo category today, but you normally under 90 kilos.
Yes.
So that injury, has that led to your not being able to train and picking up a little bit of extra weight, or is that how it's happened, or
yes,
have you been a bit lazy?
Yes, of course, and a lot of to do, like study in school and
right.
Everything, but I must to practice more judo, and this competitions give me a lot of motivations.
Okay.
To practice more judo and to, yeah.
You talk about motivation. Are you motivated when you watch judo and you see how people are performing? And if so, who is it that you watch, and who really inspires you and motivates you? Who of the players have you seen that you think, well, I'd like to do that?
Oh, in this competition, you mean?
Well, any competition.
Yes, I always like to see in Ono. Is the Japanese guy. He have very good technique, and I like plus 100. T.D. Reiner.
Okay.
I like he's very strong, and they give me like a lot of patience because he have very big body and he training a lot to keep his like conditions and to be in the top always.
Mm-hmm.
He gave me like very good motivations for me.
A good example. Yeah.
Yeah, and he come back and from the first competition in Montreal, so I was very happy for him.
Just quickly, we're going to go down to mat number 1. Before we get too involved with this one, let's go down and have a look at Alexander Kukolya of Serbia. He's up against Abderrahman Benhamadi of Algeria. It's Kukolya in the white judogi, Benhamadi in blue. Don't want to miss out on this one, because Kukolia is one of the top seeds. He's the number 4 seed. We'll see how he gets on. So what's next for you after this competition?
Of course, I want to keep more training and to get more experience for on judo, because this, as I say before, this competitions give me a lot of motivations to training more, and it was actually when I come to this competition, it's give me opportunity to meet my old friends. I didn't meet them since 8 years ago because and we don't have any contact because of the war. And special one of them, he was my best friend, and he studied here in Hungary. He do master, and he just surprised me because he come to the hotel, and I don't know his phone number or anything about him. So just he come and, hello honey, how are you?
You were lucky.
I was very happy. Of course, also my friends in the judo team. I know them when we was in judo and we met in the competition in Syria. Also, I met them here. So judo, it's I have very good feelings in this competition because I saw competition and I meet my older friends, and and always I would like to. I always dream to come in this kind of competition, a very high level like Grand-Prix.
And do you have a plan for a competition after this one and the next one and the next one? Where are you going next? I mean, Zagreb is the next competition, the Grand Prix, and then after that we've got the World Championships. And so how far ahead do they tell you, Hani, you will go to this one or that one?
I think we will have a plan to go to World Championship in Japan, but I must to keep more training, and of course I must to prepare myself much better from this one. But now I get a lot of, I think I get enough experience, or not enough, but it's good to know
how is the level?
How is the level in this? I'm already know, but when you are in the competition, it's different when you see it under the TV, and here to you when you comment. Yes.
Well, I hope I've entertained you anyway when you've been listening. Alexander Kukolia comes up with Wazari. He leads with a minute and a half left to go. He's picked up a single Shido, but it's Ben Amadi with a lot of work to do now, and a minute 25 in which to get it done. Toguam, the current world champion at under 100 kilos, is on mat number 3 as well. Yes. And then down on mat number 4 you've got Beka Gviniashvili of Georgia. So we're kind of spoilt for choice. We've got so many choices here. We can finish off watching Kukolia as he leads here. There's still a bit of time left in the Choguam one. That's only just got underway there. Just trying to free the right leg. For as long as that leg remains trapped, it'll be difficult. You'd like to roll now and bring the left leg across, but Ben Amadi's proving really difficult to get past. And the referee will call Mate here. I don't think this is going to develop any further.
Yes, Wazari. And it's very hard when you work in Niwaza. It's really hard, and you need a lot of conditions in your body. Yeah.
Half a minute left to go. Kukolia leading by Wazari. Round 3 beckons for the winner of this one. It's a tricky pool that Kukolia happens to be in. As I say, he's the number 4 seed, so he's up there in quite a tight little pool. We shall see how he gets on, if he can get past Ben Amadi. Actually, this is one of the trickiest contests in the group. The Algerian has been around for quite a while. Tell us about the club then, Sunday. Is it Sunday Sports Club? Where is that? That's the T-shirt that you're wearing. Where is SSK?
Yes, Sanda Judo Club. It is in one place. It's called, this is the city. It's called Sanda, and it's about 30 minutes from where I live. Mm-hmm. And our coach, he's also from Syria. His name Samir Rabah, and they support me always to go to training camp and to competitions. Yes, and they support me a lot in judogi, and we in this club we are only like one family, not like only members and come to training. Everybody know we are like one family. We support us. We support each other in everything.
That's nice.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's given me a very good feeling.
Well, maybe some of your club mates are watching or listening. We'll give a big shout out to Sunday Sports Club.
Yeah.
They're enjoying the broadcast. Alexander Kukolia wins out there. Single Wazaru was enough for him to squeeze past Ben Amada. He goes into the next round. Right, let's see where we're going to go then, because I'm not sure how much time there is left on the Mat 2 contest. They've gone into golden score. Cho Guam has just won his contest on mat number 3. Adnan Khan is coming up on mat number 3. That's in the under 100 kilo category. You know Adnan?
Yes.
How is he?
He's good actually. In this competition I meet him for the first time for me, but I always follow his competitions, and really he's very good. So I wish him good luck in this competition, and he work hard. He's training a lot.
Well, that was a bit of a shocker there. Ioannis Pasha of Austria throwing Kejau Nabali of Ukraine within 15 seconds, the first attack. And you can see the Ukrainian coach looking at his player as if to say, well, why did you bother coming? If that's what you're going to offer, why did you bother coming? Sometimes the coaches can be really
hard. Yeah.
Oh, well, 15 seconds and out you go. That was over and done with pretty quickly. What have we got then down on mat number 1? Islam Bozbayev of Kazakhstan faces Tot Apor of Hungary. It's Bozbayev and the white judogi, Tot in blue. I'm just waiting to see if we can see what's going to happen on mat number 2, because Or Sasson and Eric Abramov of Germany are about to get underway there. And it really is the one that I'm waiting to have a look at. I think that's probably where we will go. Well, the golden score contest is still taking place there. Let's watch Bozbayev and Tot for a while then. Tot almost going off the wrong side there. Problems there if you can get this leg to trap. The body wasn't secure.
No.
If you can't secure the body with that right leg, which was here, there's an out.
Yes.
Once that leg is over, there is no out. And unfortunately for Bozbayev, he was a little bit loose with that. Still, he leads by Wazari with plenty of time left on the clock, a little over 3 minutes. How is your near-waza? Good or?
Middle, I think. It's not, yeah. But I have planned to train Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. It's helped. Yeah, and it's very popular there in Norway, where they training Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. So
and you find that the near-waza there is a good supplement for you, yeah? Yeah,
and they have a good level there. They have very good clubs there where you can train the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Okay. Beka Viniashvili has won his contest down on mat number 4. The golden score contest on mat number 2 continues, or I think there may be a third Shido coming there, and that will mean we can, yeah. Okay. If you want to continue watching Bozbayev and Tot Apor, then just click on mat number 1. We're going to go over to mat number 2, because coming up next will be the Olympic bronze medalist Or Sasson of Israel. He's up against Eric Abramov of Germany. It'll be Sasson in the white judogi, Abramov in blue, and then we'll follow that with Andy Grander and Daniel Alestorfer. So we've got a little bit to look at on mat 2. Sasson and Abramov coming up next. Hani Al-Sayed is sitting alongside me, and I hope that you're enjoying your time in Budapest.
Yes, very yes. I will let when the competition today is finished. I will just go to hang a little bit around and to see the
Walking,
city.
Yeah.
Yes,
It's a
30
nice-
in
nice
Budapest.
city.
Is each year come 30 million tourist people to see the Budapest.
Yeah.
So I want to get the chance also to see the city.
Very popular. You're quite right.
And this the German guy we trained together in
In Cologne,
Judo Center. Yeah, he quite good. Yeah, wish him.
Yeah,
good luck.
he's a little bit bigger than you are, quite heavy and quite strong, so
Yeah.
that must be a tough practice. Didn't quite get the body where he wanted it to, and as a result of that he's picked up a Shido. Sasson had previously competed at under 100 kilos, but moved up a good deal, a reasonable time before the 2016 Olympic Games, where he won a bronze medal. That worked out really well for him, that move. And he looks really comfortable there now.
From the German.
He's picked up a couple of injuries, has Sasson, and just trying to get back into things. He's got a very, very nice Marotte Seoinage, has Sasson. And for a big guy, a plus 100 kilo fighter, because he had previously been in the lower weight, he's very quick compared to the super heavyweights, I call them.
Yes. Oh.
That's not a bad little Sutemiwaza effort, Yoko Sutemiwaza from Eric Abramov, just unsettling Sasson without really putting him anywhere near the scoring part of the body. It made him defend against that one. I like how he comes forward, you know, he's got enough pressure on Abramov to make him, commit another false attack. So twice he's felt the pressure and looked to get out, and then defended so quickly that they recognise that as being false attack. Again, he goes to the Sutemiwaza, but I think Sasson blocked that easier than even the last one.
Yeah, really is very big guy in the.
2 minutes left to go, so we're halfway through, and Sasson looking comfortable, despite the fact that he hasn't put a score on the board yet. He's looked the more likely of the two to score. Just hiding that sleeve, you can see there. He's pulling the left arm down and keeping that away from Eric Abramov, who wants to work with that. Just kept it to his side, which if he'd kept that there for any longer and not done anything, he could have picked up a Shido for negative gripping. These are all, inside things for those of you who are new to judo. Not Hani Al Saidi knows all about that, all the tricks, I'm sure.
That's why we are here, to see this very good level for judo. To
Yeah, you're right. It is a high level. I hope you're enjoying that home. That's the
block hand.
Seoinage that we're talking about, but it was blocked fairly easy. I'm not quite sure why the coach thinks that that's a false attack. It's an attack that his player has blocked. That's why it didn't work. It wasn't a false attack. Well, you could see the thinking there. He wanted to wheel him across the shoulder, but he really didn't have, the best position to make that happen. So that's why that one failed. We're into the last minute now.
And Eric, he must be careful, because he have two Shudo, and if he's still in this situation, he will get the third, and it's Hansukomake, and he's out. So he must to work more and more active.
Yeah, he can't afford to pick up another penalty. Yeah, even the coach is saying, "Come on, you have to stand up to that. You just can't collapse under that."
35 seconds left with two Judo for Eric and one Judo for Sisson. Oh, Sorry. It's a
Oh,
nice one.
Yeah, and with 20 odd seconds left to go, lovely time to score. You know, the less time left on the clock, the better. Sasson will try and eat up some of the time on the clock, working on the ground. He probably took 6-7 seconds off the clock there. There are 15 seconds left. There really isn't enough time for Abramov to come back here, given that we haven't seen him threaten in nearly 4 minutes of the contest. We haven't seen him threaten Sasson with anything. The Israeli should take this from here now on the back of that Morote Seranagi. There's another Setemi was, well, the better one was off to the side. He'd been trying to take him over the back before, but I think he had a better chance off to the side. He just tilted Sasson a little bit there, but not enough to cause him any trouble, and with 1 second left on the clock.
And finish.
I think that's pretty much done and dusted now. Yeah, and there you go. Or Sasson of Israel going through to, I think that's the quarter-final now. No, there are 3 rounds. 1, 2, 3, 3 rounds, quarter-final, semi-final, final. So there's still a third round to come for Sasson, and a bit of a handshake, chest bump, and off they go.
Judo is respect.
Yeah, we certainly hope so. We know we've got particular,
Yeah.
issues with some countries and everything, but, mercifully, you are, as representing the IJF, you're kind of removed from that. You're training in Norway, and you're with Abramov and other players in Germany, and you have to mix with all, sorts of people. I think it's, when you are away from the environment where it's really, really testy, and in some ways it's understandable that it spills, the politics spills over into the sport, but as much as possible we hope that it doesn't do that. And here was a case, Abramov, maybe if he'd come from somewhere else, that would have been a tricky little match-up with an Israeli athlete. Here, no problem, none at all.
Yeah, the sport. It's, I think, always the sport must be of politician between the country, and I think always all the governments in the world, they just always they have problem with each other. But we are like population. We must be only like friends, and especially when it's come to the judo, we only like he's a player and I do judo and just must go to the mat, to the tatami to have a fun and do what we training for. And not only in judo, in for all our life, and because judo it's live with us, because judo the most important part of our life. So I hope that all the politicians just leave it at in the government side,
yeah.
The government side, not our side.
Hani Al Said putting it nicely. If you can leave the politics out and allow the sports people to get involved and get active, hopefully, because sport is part of their lives, they will take that to their outside lives, and there'll be less problems there. Thank you for that, Annie. That was nicely put. Maybe you should be a politician.
No, thank you. I want only work in engineer, so as a mechatronic engineer, and I don't want to be a liar.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Right, okay. Andy Grander of Cuba is up against Daniel Alestorfer of Austria. It's Grander in the white judogi, Alestorfer in blue. And I'm going to give, we've had the pleasure of your company up here for about half an hour, so I'm going to let you get back down to your buddies in the warm-up area. We're going to thank you and we'll say hello one more time to Santa Sports Club.
Yes,
and,
thank you very much.
All your friends. It's been a real pleasure. I shall let Mr. Visa know that you were up here, and I'll also tell him about your very nice comments about sport and politics, and keeping that out. It was really nicely put, Annie.
Yes, I want to say special thank you for our friends. His name Fadi Darwish. He make this opportunity to be in part of the refugee team.
Where is Fadi from?
He's also from Syria, but he was from Damascus. He's from but I'm from Aleppo. But I know him because he's still a champion, in Syria. But he live in Netherlands, but his wife, she's here, but because he have another two small children, so he must be babysitter. Yeah.
Honey, you mentioned that you had some family in Germany as well. Are you the only one in Norway?
Yes.
So the rest of your family are in
Germany.
In Germany, and what about any family left in Aleppo? Are you?
I have, yes, I have. Of course, my aunt, my grandparents, they still live in Syria. But all my brothers and my sister, I have two brothers and one sister. My brother live in Berlin, and brother and sister and my father, mother, they live in Cologne. Yeah, and everybody they study and they have, yes, they live there. But I always go to visit them, and my brother also to come to visit me. Yes, this is the life.
Well, I'm not going to try to, to make it any sweeter or to say something that is, not really true. We know that it's an incredibly difficult situation in Syria. We hope that in the near future something can get sorted that there on the bigger scale, but in the more personal thing that you've got your family safe and close by or reasonably close by that you can see. I'm very happy for you.
Yes, the war should not stop us.
Yeah.
Yes, we must just go in the life and study and do judo, be happy, have friends, and it's because when I live from Syria, my time stopped there, and I must think always for new life. I have lost a lot of friends there in Syria, and but I must. If you just sit and cry, it will not help. So I must just keep training. I must be. I have to say my story to another people, to the layering. When you ask me about the politician, I live there and I get experience of them because they was part of our war. So I wish peace for all the world.
Inshallah.
And inshallah. Yeah, good Arabic.
Right, Hani Al Saeed, thank you very much for joining us. We look forward to seeing you in the future, and good luck with the judo, and good luck with getting back down to 90 kilos. Good luck.
Yes, thank you. Maybe
that may be the hardest job.
No, well, but with the training and yes, it will be easy when keep training and not every day, but I will try.
Okay,
I'll try my best.
Good luck with that.
Yes, thank you very much, my friend.
Right, that was Hani Al Saeed, who is part of the refugee team. What a nice young man, and really nice to chat to him. He's going to go back down and join all his buddies. And we'll continue watching some of the judo. Daniel Alastorfer finishing off with no time left on the clock. Andy Grander this time round had picked up 2 penalties. But Alastorfer not looking to do it on penalties. He managed it anyway. Right, another look round and see who we've got on the tatami at the moment. We can go to mat number 3. Let's have a look and see what's happening down on mat number 3. It's Stefan Hegi of Austria. He's up against Vito Dragic of Slovenia. It's Hegi in the white judogi, Dragic in blue. We join the contest with only a couple of seconds gone. There's no score yet. Hegi in the white judogi, Dragic in blue. Dragic has picked up a single Shido. And now Dragic picks up a second penalty. Struggling here a little, I think, Dragic. Minute 42 left to go. Stefan Hegi looking very focused. Well, completely against the run of play there. Unbelievable. Vito Dragic comes up with a win. Out goes Stefan Hegi, the #1 seed. What a shocker that was. Right, remember that we have a live Twitter question and answer session tomorrow at midday. That's Monday midday, Budapest time, with the president of the International Judo Federation, Mr. Marius Wiese. So midday tomorrow, that live Twitter Q&A with the IJF president. On mat number 3 now, Gela Zelashvili of Georgia faces Zoslan Bostanov of Russia. Nice little Ashley was to begin things there from Zelashvili. He fancies a score. He's looking around. Yeah. There you go. Zoslan Bostanov still getting himself out of bed. That may have woken him up because he was totally asleep there as Zelashvili brought him down for one of the softest wasaris you can imagine. I think even Zelashvili was surprised. Anyway, Zelashvili leading with plenty of time left on the clock. Bostanov picks up the penalty. Just being asked to tidy up the gi, not only to make sure that the belt is done really tightly, but that there is enough of the skirt of the judogi showing. That means just lifting the belt up that little bit higher. A number of players have got that habit of only having the belt done just above the skirt. Now that's another score there. Koso Dagaki from Gela Zalashvili, bringing Soslan Bostanov down onto his side. So 2 scores there for the Georgian, all within the first half of the contest. And it is Zalashvili who goes through to the quarterfinal. Great news for him, because he'll face Vito Dragic of Slovenia and not Stefan Hegi, the number 1 seed. He may realistically have expected this morning that it would be Hegi if he could get that far. It's not going to be, though, because Stefan Hegi lost out to Vito Dragic of Slovenia. Right, we can stay here, I think, because we're going to have a look at round 2 in the under 78 kilo category. Mayra Aguiar of Brazil faces Chen Fei of China. It's Aguiar in the white judogi, Chen in blue. Chen has moved up to under 78 kilos a while ago now, making her way, whereas Aguiar has been in and around the category for quite some time and has had no small degree of success at world and Olympic level. So, tough one for Chen Fei. Aguiar's also picked up a penalty as she attacks strong on the left side there. Got the left hip across and was in a reasonable position, but bailed out in the end. Chen Fei picks up a second penalty, this time for passivity. So, well, I think the first one may have been for passivity as well. So struggling a bit here, and we've got so much time left on the clock. Half the contest left to come. Wazari given for that action. Maybe there was just enough of the landing there for Wazari. Chen Fei having to defend on the ground here. Aguiar still working away, looking for a turnover. No, not going to get the leg free. So Half a minute left to go then for Chen Fei to come up with something. Aguiar looking a little bit defensive here. Koshiguruma effort from Chen Fei, but just slips off there, does Aguiar. And this is a chance to burn up some of the time left on the clock. Well, Chen Fei had really very little way out there. The arm was trapped. What she couldn't do was to give it up in order to attempt to get back up feet. She had to defend the arm, and in doing that, Aguiar just worked away at it, looked positive. The referee had to allow time in Newaza, and the clock eventually went against Chen Fei. So Wazari was enough to put Mayra Aguiar of Brazil into the quarterfinal. We're going to go to map number 2 now to have a look at round 3 in the under 90 kilo category. Todd Christian of Hungary is up against Mukai Shoichiro of Japan. It's Todd in the white judogi, Mukai in blue. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. We've got a little over 3 minutes left to go, so early days yet. Mukai's going to have to be a little bit careful here, because, I mean, it seems, you know, fairly simple, you know, tidy up your gi and that. However, Vyacheslav Peretyeko has had to tell Mukai Shoichiro on this occasion to tidy his gear up. So you only get the one warning, and he's already got a penalty. So within the next 2 minutes, he's got to be concentrating not just on Top Christian in front of him, but reminding himself to tidy himself up. Very unusual for the Japanese to pick up that penalty, because they're normally so tidy anyway. Well, that wasn't the best of Sutemiwa's efforts, was it? Thinking about taking him over to the left, going off to the right, but really wasn't happening. Mukai's going to have to come up with some attacks here. Top is the one who looks the more positive of the two. Just slipped a little bit there on the way out. Let's have a look and see what Mukai does when he stands up here. Top immediately begins to tidy himself up. Mukai does not. That's Mate and Shido. Well, he was lucky to get away with that. Really lucky, because just as the mate was called, he started to tidy his gi up. How awful that, you know, I'm talking in terms of Ishido for the gi, but it's now part of it. So almost caught him on the hip there, Mukai. Oh, that was a better effort from Top Christian. They both know the state of the clock, so with 5 seconds left to go, they were both looking to tidy their gis up and get ready for golden score. We're in that golden score period now. Oh, stepped onto that, unfortunately for Tot. Just stepped onto that, and really good awareness from Mukai Shoichiro. He's struggling with the foot. Really unfortunate if he has picked up an injury. Yeah, he just steps forward there, leaving himself leaning into that one. Right, who we got coming up next? Then where will we go? That is the question. Komrancho Ustapirian of Tajikistan is up on mat number 2. He's up against Faruk Bulakulov of Kyrgyzstan. It's Ustapirian in the white judogi, Bulakulov in blue. That's the one that we're going to take a look at. What a match we've got in store for you shortly on mat number 3. In 3 contests' time, Nicholas Sherazadashvili will face Avtandil Cherikashvili. Got that coming in 3 fights' time. Bulakulov leading here by Wazari. No, they've taken that off. Very well. He's wandered off the mat there, Mr. Pirion. What's going on? Accepted that without any trouble at all. Why would you be perfectly happy at accepting that penalty? Don't understand that. Shouldn't have allowed that to happen. Maybe that's why. Right, Bulakulov is telling Frank Dirch, hey, I landed on my shoulder. we shall see. He didn't like that for Ippon. Ustapirion loved it. Bulakulov looking over his shoulder at the big screen. Saying, no. Whoops. And he gives Ustapirion a hand tap as if to say, yep, okay, that was okay. Surprised he didn't give the referee a hand tap. Oh dear. Ustapirion has to throw him again now. Oh, clash of heads. Nasty clash of heads. What's going on with this pair? Second clash of heads. Chance to deal Saikomi here. Wazari's already on the board. He only needs to hold him for 10 seconds. And that will be enough. He's going to try to flip and turn out of this one, but it's not going to happen. Komrancho Ustapirion wraps that one up. Eventually finds a way to get past Faruk Bulakulov of Kyrgyzstan. going to stay on mat number 2, because coming up next, Wolf Aran of Japan faces Oleg Ishimov of Russia. It'll be Wolf in the white judogi, Ishimov in blue. Someone new for Wolf to face off against as far as his battle with the Russians are concerned. He's been on with a couple of Russians. He's damaged his knee here. Ishimov looks painful. Waiting for the doctor to step onto the tatami. Ishimov has got the Russian team doctor there anyway. Be able to come on and talk to him in Russian. He's managing to walk off the tatami on his own. So that's always a good sign that at least you've got some mobility in there. We'll see how things are when the doctor gets him back to the treatment area. Okay, let's go over to mat number 3 if we can, to pick up the contest between the number 1 seed in the under 90 kilo category, current world champion Nicolas Sherazadishvili of Spain. He's up against Aftandil Chirikishvili of Georgia. There's no score, half the contest gone. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. Sherazadishvili in the white judogi, Chirikishvili in blue. Minute and a half left to go. Sherazadishvili just waiting for the opening. He's got the right hip across there. Once that arm goes around the back, looks pretty dangerous. No, not there. Last few seconds in regulation time. This looks as though it's heading into golden score, and for such a long time in the contest it looked as though Sherazadishvili would eventually catch Cherikishvili. He's just been a little bit, well, not off the pace, because he's been keeping up the rate of attacks. He just hasn't looked that threatening against Sherazadishvili, not with an initial movement. Some of the attempts at countering Sherazadishvili have looked, reasonable, but it's Sherazadishvili who's been the one making the going as far as the stronger attacks are concerned. Last couple of seconds then, and then, well, no, there won't be. He catches him absolutely right at the death. Cherikishvili knows it as well. He's not even going to remonstrate about that. He realizes that he switched off in anticipation of the Soramade right at the end, and Sherazadishvili had the hip going in, as he has throughout the contest, attempting the hip technique. This time there wasn't the kind of resistance that there'd been up until this point, and he caught him, and it's Sherazadishvili who goes through to the quarter-final, and Cherikishvili goes out.
Beautiful Harai there. Well, we're really spoilt for choice along this mat, isn't it? They're getting some very exciting matches indeed.
Yeah, coming up next is Or Sasson of Israel. He'll be up against Daniel Alistorfer. That's on now.
Yeah.
On mat number 2. I think we're going to go down there to have a look at that one. Yeah, let's go and have a look at mat 2. Down at mat number 4, it was Beka Gviniashvili and Vadim Siniavski, but I think we'll have a look at the Olympic bronze medalist, Or Sasson, in the white judogi, Alistorfer in blue. Here's Loretta Cusack-Doyle.
Thank you very much. Right, yeah, this is going to be a very exciting match, and it's a really important match for both these athletes. Battle of the grips at the moment. As you can see, Sasson looking extremely athletic, slightly taller than his opponent. Alistorfer, very compact, powerful looking man. High collar grip there from Sasson. Wasn't going to be an easy match for either one of these athletes. A real battle is going on, and neither one of them really getting the opportunity to dominate completely this match. Oh, but there you have it. Alistofa takes the lead with a Wazari, but he's also got 2 Shidos on the board at this particular moment, the quarter-final stage. So it's not a foregone conclusion with still 1:16. But as you can see, highlights. Sasso come in with the Uchimata. The biggest mistake he made was coming out. And as he came out, there you have it. Alistofa was waiting for him to pounce. High collar grip again for Sasson. Looking for that Uchimata. He's persevering with it. Oh, there you have it. Ippon, Morotti Sienagi, beautifully finished. And he goes through into the semi-final. Alistofa goes down into the repechage, and we'll see him a little bit later on. There you have the Suri, beautifully done there, took that arm right across with him, got the rotation, nicely done. And now we come to the quarterfinals of the under 78s, and this is between Powell of Great Britain and Stevenson of the Netherlands. Powell came into the competition as the number 2 seed. World Masters bronze medalist. Very strong athlete, but really will be looking for a medal here today. And she's still to get on the podium this year. Very strong gripping styles from both these athletes. Stevenson steps across with that leg, knocks her opponent down to the ground, and then straight into the Niwaza. But you can see just at this angle, it's on the face. And Powell quickly to identify that that is what's happening. Powell then now nicely takes the lead with a Wazari. Lovely change of direction there for Stevenson. Well anticipate though from Powell. And a big shout out though for the Scottish team including my wee boy, who's over in Japan at the moment, watching very closely the results of this competition. As I always say, it's a great learning tool, especially if you're out there getting a hiding to nothing. So enjoy the trip over in Japan. So Powell continues to lead in this quarterfinal stage. Still plenty of life in her there as she bounces around, both with very strong controlling grips, as you can see there on our screen. Powell with the left hand round the back, controlling the back movement. Stevenson attempts a Sutemi waza, drops at the edge of the contest area. Got to be careful when dropping at that positioning of the tatami. She's trying desperately to hold on to that leg, as you can see. Powell nicely controls the head, and that's really important to secure the hold down. But as you can see, the work is being carried out, and there, I'm not sure how the other leg, now she's got it caught up again. All that hard work and nothing to show for it. Well, that would have taken quite a bit out of Powell at that moment, but not as much as the punishment that Stevenson was getting at that particular time as well. Powell on the lapels. Looks a little bit defensive there as Stevenson desperately tries to get past those defences. Referee looking very carefully at the next move of Powell, and straight away back down into the knee waza. We've seen this before, the shimmy waza. But once more, not in the right positioning for Stevenson to capitalise on it. But there's the Shido. Lack of engagement there for Powell. Really has to now put a few attacks in. But 26 seconds remaining. She has a good lead. She's only got one Shido on the board, so tactically she could play this match right to the end. Stevenson comes round with that right arm high on the collar, trying to draw Powell's head down and pile the pressure on the edge of the contest area. And Powell's backing off, rightly so, with seconds remaining. She can afford to take that Shido. But the time's run out now. Powell takes the win, and she finds herself in the semi-final of this under 78s, and that will alleviate a little bit of pressure for her. Stevenson will go down into the repechage, where she will battle away for a bronze medal a little bit later on. A great win for Powell of Great Britain. And I'm quite sure the Scottish team that's over in Japan now training very hard will be delighted with Powell's performance. So now we come to the quarter-final stage of the under 78 kilo category. And this is between Sarah Asahina of Japan in the white and Yan Wang of China. Wang of China in blue, Asahina in the white. Well, as you can see, Wang, who defeated Adlington to get to this quarter-final stage. Very, very tall athlete, very strong looking. Makes Asahina look tiny. As we know, Asahina, very, very strong athlete, world champion, steps across with the big Oguruma. Didn't get the turn. Well, it's a tall order with someone as big and as strong as this young lady from China. Asahina really has to start moving her opponent a little bit more. Otherwise it'll be like hitting an absolute brick wall. The power generated from this young lady from China is going to be very difficult for Asahina unless she moves her opponent and gets past those strong defenses. Both adapting very strong kumikata. An attempt there for what looked to be an uchimata, but totally dismissed by Asahina. Again, very strong kumikata from both these athletes, but they're looking very defensive at this moment, and it's just a matter of time that I feel that a Shido will be awarded and to both athletes. But there, Asahina comes in with the uchimata, but Wang was waiting for her for the counter, and it was very, very close. The balance of Asahina was broken there, and she was just starting to tip sideways. So Wang stepping across once more, very strong attack, but Asahina blocked it nicely just at the edge of the contest area. A minute and 26 remaining in this quarter-final stage. Well, Wang taking the second Shido and stared into the referee there as if to say, are you serious? But yes, he was serious, and it stays on the board. You're blocking your lapel, of course you're going to get a penalty for a defensive action. Chinese with the left hand high on the collar there, controlling not only the head but all that shoulder as well of Asahina's right side. A little bit restricting for Asahina. She's trying to, it's a battle of real power here, but neither one of them were doing anything. And there you have it, Wang taking the third and final Shido, a hand sokumaki, a disqualification, and she's looking at the referee. I must admit, I wouldn't have wanted to give her 3 penalties. She is huge, quite scary looking, but she has to accept it in the most humbling way possible. But Asahina's getting right out of there, and she's taken her place in the semi-final. Well, a very disappointed Wang as she goes out. But we'll see her a little bit later on in the repechage. Now we come up to the quarterfinal stages, the under-90, and now we're again another Japanese is in there looking for a place in the semi-final, and that's Mukai of Japan in white, and he's up against Ustopurion in the blue. Stan, he's had a great performance throughout the day. Defeated some tough opposition to get to this quarter-final stage. 90 kilos, 59 athletes participated and battled away, and we're now down to the quarter-final stage. Mukai really upset the crowds here in Hungary by defeating Christian Tott of Hungary, and beat him well, so there was no argument with that, and beat him in that stage before the quarter-final, which meant that sadly Tott went out of the competition. One of the favourites, the number 2 seed in the under 90 kilos. But in the top half, we have Sherazashvili of Spain still in there as the number 1 seed, and doing extremely well. He defeated the Georgian just recently, just a few moments ago. And there you have it, a win for Mukai, who limps off sadly there, and hopefully that won't affect his performance in the semi-final a little bit later on. Well, it seems to be a moment of pride for the Japanese. Once more, we've got the under 100s. Aaron Wolf, world champion in 2017, making his debut here in the quarter-final stage in the under 100 kilograms. He's up against Devabi of Sweden, who's had great performance here and looking very sharp. Well, Wolf there, left hand on the lapel, defending there, but Devabi picks up the first Shido though. Comes round the back, as you can see, trying to catch under the armpit on the right side of Aaron Wolf. Wolf with the left hand on the lapel, controlling nicely, but still determined to try and get that right hand connected too. He comes in with a Sianagi movement, really isn't effective without the other hand being in there, so that's what he's looking for, that sleeve, and Devabi just trying to keep the left hand away. As you can see, he's really rooting Wolf for that left hand. No sooner he gets it, a little bit of a touch to the foot, and Devabi collapses to the ground. Surprising enough, Aaron Wolf is not really wanting to mess around in the knee wazzer at this particular moment. You would have thought he'd been right in there to have a little bit of a go at catching him on the ground, but feels most probably a lot more comfortable in the Tachiwaza position right now, with a minute and a half remaining in this contest, quarter-final stage. Wolf with the left hand on the lapel, he shows the hip, the left foot coming through for what looked to be an attempt of the Uchimata, but sadly collapsed on the entry. Devabi picking up the second Shudo. He's playing a very defensive match here, and in part of it you don't blame him. He's up against a phenomenal athlete here who is really a major threat, and for him to try and, in a way, without being disrespectful, try and steal this one off Aaron Wolf would be a really good performance. And because he really doesn't have a lot of tools to be able to get the big throw in at this particular moment. The Swedes are very strong in the Niwaza, and if you've got an opportunity down in ground, there's a slim chance he might be able to do something. And here Devabi coming in and having a go in the Niwaza, but the referee is having absolutely none of it. Now, that's one of the shortest mates I've seen so far of this weekend. He didn't really give much time for playing down in the Niwaza. Devabi with two Shidos has to really stay fully engaged in this contest with 26 seconds. There's no score, but it's not comfortable for Devabi. Oh, beautiful. Kosota pushed right through the center of Devabi to get the ippon. There was no way that Devabi could actually get off that. With 15 seconds to go, Aaron Wolf of Japan takes the place in the semi-final along with his teammates. And there were some really great highlights. Now we go, let's see where we are now. Well, we'll go across to mat number 1. And we have Kakura of Japan in the plus 100 quarterfinal stage. And he's up against Sipos of Hungary in the blue. Now this is a little bit of a surprise at this quarterfinal stage for this Hungarian. He's had an excellent performance here today. He really has this crowd totally behind him, and it's really built up his confidence. He beat Yang of China to get into the quarterfinals, and the absolute crowd erupted here within the hour. Now he's up against the phenomenal Japanese Kagura, who comes in with the koichigari, totally mistimes the footing, but his upper body control was there to get the drive that he looked for. But he's 2 Shidos down, Japanese. So any mistakes or any lack of engagement in this contest could cost the Japanese getting through into the semi-final. And I think all fingers and toes are crossed here for the Hungarian supporters for this young man who has performed so well. This young man, and I do say young man, last year was competing and taking the gold medal for the Cadet European Championships. So he's around about 18 years of age. And what maturity in his judo. There's 2 shidos apiece now. There's been no throws, but my goodness me, he's been really pushing this. Got a bit of a kick to the shin there, but as I always say to my son, you just got to toughen up and get on with it. It's a fighting sport and accidents happen. Kagura has a controlling left steel, blocks there, but nice Uchimata entry. Kagura steps across for the tired Toshi. Quarter-final stage, 39 seconds remaining, 2 shidos apiece. Neither one of them could start to flag here. Neither one of them can make a mistake. Well, I do not blame this young man from Hungary to take his time in doing his gi up. It's the slowest we've seen of having a belt being tied. And my goodness me, I wouldn't blame him at all. As you can see, Kagura just waiting there as he advances on to this young man from Hungary. Richard really is... Oh, he nearly left himself a bit vulnerable there, I must admit, but he has to put an attack in. He's got a bop to the nose. Well, he's starting to flag a little bit. The heart, he has to dig in deep, and this crowd is completely behind him. They want to see this youngster get into the... Oh! He walked straight onto that big hare. Beautifully executed, and what a finish for Kagura of Japan. But my goodness me, you have to applaud, and everyone does, this young boy from Hungary who will go in to the bronze medal match, and he will battle again for a place on the podium. Well, let's see. Well, he walked right onto that. Well, it looked like the Oso Tagari, but he did get a bit of a turn on it and a pull on that sleeve. Beautifully executed, and definitely one of the highlights. Well, he was tired, and we knew that. Well, it just gets better and better each time you see it on that highlight. Well, for this young European cadet champion of Hungary, Richard, well, we've got to see, he will perform, he'll bounce back. He's having a time of his life out there. Obviously, he'll be a bit sore after that one, but I'm sure he'll pat himself down and get on with it for the repechage. Well, here we have Ontomashi of Cuba in the white, and she's up against Kuka that we spoke about earlier on. Loriana, great performer, finds herself in the quarter-final against one of the top-seeded players. This young lady, again from Kosovo, with a lot of potential and has so much style oozing out of her in this competition. But Ontomashi, an aggressive start for this Cuban, which is no big surprise. It's what we always expect for the Cuban team. They really are very good grippers, good condition, but really demand respect out there. Ontomashi, world bronze medalist back in 2017. Kuka from Kosovo, 22 years of age. Tall, elegant looking young athlete. Just recently got a bronze medal in the European Games in Minsk. So she'll be riding on a bit of a high of confidence out here this weekend. She's also under 23 European champion. So she's built up a great reputation of being a real contender for a place on the podium here this weekend. With some already impressive results under her belt. In Tbilisi took a gold medal, Marrakesh a silver, and also right at the beginning of the year started off with a flying start with a silver medal in Tel Aviv. There really is she's pushing and pushing hard on this World Tour. Well, there's a little bit of a pause at this moment. It's not always easy being in the middle of the contest area. Kuka just composing himself. She's speaking to her coach. She's given her a little bit of advice, but great team, the Kosovos. Done so well over the weekend. Jakova yesterday taking the gold medal to the delight of the crowd. I'm not quite sure what's happened with Ontomashi. Just seeking a little bit of medical attention. Well, she's back now into play. A circling motion around each other, never direct into one another. They've got those wonderful long legs that comes in with uchimatas and that, so big leggy techniques that are always dangerous if you go a direct straight approach into your opponent. The circling action is always favourable. And you circle your opponent onto the hip, especially with an uchimata. Ontomashi picks up a Shido for ducking under the arm, with the halfway mark now in this quarter-final stage. As I said, Ontomashi came in as one of the top seeds. Great grip there, as you can see, left hand high on the collar, hooks in for the Ouchigari. A very threatening move against the Cuban, who just manages to back out off the contest area. The Osotagari to the Osota, a 50-50 positioning there with both these athletes. Neither one of them really had the control of the upper body, the head, which is so vital, have been able to follow through with that attack. Well, for me, Ontomashi is looking a little bit apprehensive here. She's not oozing as much confidence now as what she did in the first opening couple of minutes. Kuka is just building on that confidence. She's just going at it, and she doesn't seem to be fazed about the high quality of athlete that's in front of her. Well, when you come from a group of Olympians as training partners, then I suppose you're not overawed by that sort of success. Maybe take it for granted, I suppose. With the Ouchigari there for Ontomashi, and now we're into the golden score. So only a Shido apiece, and no score at this particular moment. Now, what we've seen a couple of times is that straight off in the opening seconds of a golden score, there is a win, but neither one of these athletes are going to go straight in for the kill. circling motion around each other. They're trying to get those big long arms attached to the head, right round the back of the neck, drawing on their opponents. Sasai, movement there from Ontomashi, knocking her opponent back down onto her face. Good change of direction there. And really a clever move for Ontomashi. She's now starting to try and change what has been so predictable throughout the first 4 minutes. A change of direction. She has the Ouchigari, she has the Uchimata, and we've seen that. And she has the Kosoda, those long leggy techniques. But the Sasai turning her body and pulling her opponent from the high collar grip when she gets it. Uchimata, you can see, but there she's come underneath, but she's used it, using the leverage of that arm that's been over the top. Ontomashi with 2 Shidos though, and we're just coming up to the first minute of this quarterfinal stage in Golden Score. Well, it has been a real battle between these 2 athletes, and I say athletes because they're very physically strong, aggressive approach to this contest, especially from the Cuban. And the Ouchigari, and did she manage to get off? Well, I think she just managed to slip out of that, but it was definitely a great attack from Ontomashi. And now is the second Shido for Loriana. Which evens it up again, that either one of them either sits back on the laurels here and tries not to engage, or makes the mistake, will lose the contest and a place in that semi-final. Again, the Osodagari, the change of direction. She pushes forward onto that shoulder, trying desperately to get Loriana onto her back. She digs in deep in the Niwaza, but doesn't want to follow through any further. A lot of effort, a lot of energy spending up on something that most probably wasn't available. Circling motion once more. Loriana goes straight in, throws that arm to a high collar. Very, very slow, Cianagi. She really, but it was a commitment. It wasn't a flop. It wasn't a false attack. And the reason you can tell it wasn't a false attack is the way that the body landed. It didn't land directly on square knees and just losing the grip and burying for control and also to protect yourself. What she did is that it was slow. There was a lot of power being generated as far as her defense was concerned, but she continued to turn her shoulder and landed more or less to her side and not onto her face. So for me, there was a real commitment with that last attack. Some of them would be, and we did hear in the crowd a few of the raising of voices looking for that last and final Shido. Ontomashi, a little bounce, and it comes in. Oh, if she just changed the direction, she turned her back. If she'd gone directly to the edge, Ouchigari, and there she has it. She persevered. She kept the pressure on. There was couple of good attacks there in that golden score in that last minute there. So well deserved. Ontomashi goes through to the semi-final. Loriana Kuka did extremely well. A great mature match there for her, for a young athlete who's got so much potential, but she's not out of the game yet. She could still be on that podium. There's the Ouchigari, good control on that shoulder, head to the opposite side, squaring up right through the chest of her opponent and finishing it very deeply and very nicely. Well, it's definitely a technique that I love so much. And here we have the quarterfinal stage now. But because we've got a semi-final, we will go through to mat number 2. Oh, there isn't anything on there. They've just put it up on the board. So we'll stay with Nunes, who had a great draw here in this competition, representing Portugal. Souza of Brazil in the blue. Looking quite comfortable and at ease out there, as you can see, the Brazilian. Mochiki's turning, trying to work Makikomi over a very, very strong defensive grip there from Souza. As you sort of have that sense of feeling that Souza's just waiting, playing a little bit of a waiting game. She's Wazari up. She's not going to be rushed at all in there. She's just biding her time, waiting for the right opportunity and not spending any unnecessary energy on doing something that means that you just got to get up and wear yourself out doing that. That's the hardest job sometimes, is getting off the mat. Staying upright, strong, she can breathe, she can reach, she can control. And that's exactly what she's doing now. Enough to look busy, look in control, and look very much a person that's going to go into this semi-final. Well, as I said, Nunes had a great start at the beginning with the draw. Kozeska sadly pulled out of this competition, and she was in that quarter against Nunes and would have been the favourite to get through in that pool. So it gave her that opportunity. She comes round the back. Whoa, Rebel, that was so close of getting a score. Good reaction for Souza, who then defends. Well, I thought it was more of a defence rather than an attack, and she's been given a Wazari for a Wazari Asetiapon. I thought she was just defending out of the technique. I didn't think it was a score, but I must probably be wrong, and when we look back on the replay, it'll be interesting to see the final outcome and how the body reacted from Souza. And here we go, let's have a look at that. She came round the back. She hooked in. But it was, yeah, for me that was a defence. That wasn't an attack. She put the hand down and she was just trying to escape. I'm really surprised on that. But a great win for Souza, who goes into the semi-final, and we'll be seeing her a little bit later on. And we've got a quarter-final stage. Well, we'll go across to mat number 3. We have there Silva Morales, Gvininashvili of Georgia. And this is a quarter-final stage of the under 90 kilos. Silva Morales, one of the top 4 seeds, down in Pool B. Gvininashvili is one of the ones we highlighted at the beginning of the day, has been a real contender for a place on the podium. Becker, junior world and European champion. Very, very strong athlete in this competition. Built like an absolute tank. Very, very solid in structure and very powerful indeed. But Silva Morales for me is quite an exciting player, as you can see there. But Gvininashvili there reacted so well in changing the direction. But the sharpness of Silva Morales. And yeah, it was a tewaza. It was controlled by the Georgian. So yeah, this one would count. It wasn't a defense. It wasn't a reaction to Morales. Well, they've taken it off. I just thought he reacted so well to be able to change his direction and move towards Silva Morales for that score. But it definitely was all executed by Silva Morales, who came round the back to attack very sharply indeed. But it was well anticipated by the Georgian. There was no doubt about it. Becker coming in with the hip throws. Those hips, if he can get those through, he's a powerhouse. He'll come right under the defences of Silva Morales. But like I was saying, he's such an exciting player, the Cuban. He's very, very sharp. But there's the hips! Oh, and he reacts well. He does react so well to get out of that. I thought that was all over and done with. Vinashvili coming in again once more with those hips, but the Uchimata's there. The change of direction with, again, oh, yes! What a throw! Silva Morales comes in, he perseveres. He was under a little bit of threat with the hips, but he kept persevering with it. Those long legs came through. The Uchimata, beautifully executed. Ippon, what a throw and what a finish. A place in the semi-final for Silva Morales. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing the highlight of that. It was superb. But there you see the threat of that hip, but he came round the back to change direction. Big, big mistake. Uchi and Uchimata. Over he goes. What a throw. This is the mistake that Becker made. He tried to come round the back. He had no lift. He couldn't get off those long legs. And that belt grip from Silva over the top, controlled very, very nicely.
Yeah, there's an important part there. When you're going to execute an uranagi, you need a strong base from which to launch your opponent. He never had that strong base. He was never planted. He was always halfway trying to avoid the Uchimata. So he was hopping. He never got himself into a position where he could drop the hips and then really turn and bring his opponent. He was always hopping off the Uchimata until eventually he got caught.
Oh, it was a great match. Absolutely great. Well, here we're at the quarter-final stage of the under 100s.
And there's been another rip-on down on mat number 1. This time it's Islam Bozboyev who's thrown Alexander Kukolya of Serbia. That's in the quarter-final, so he's not completely finished for Kukolya, but any chance of getting to the final, well, that's gone now. The best he can hope for is a bronze medal if he wins the repechage contest. He's down there in the repechage, so... Oh, he's had to tap out. That was what it was. It was a... arm lock that Kensetsu was, from which he's still smarting a little bit. Right, we're watching the contest between Jorge Fonseca of Portugal. He's up against Serienex Miklos of Hungary. Fonseca in the white judogi, Serienex in blue. goodness me. Well, this map must be the map for the big Ippons then. There's another one. George Fonseca this time on Serjanix Miklos. Slow to get to his feet there, not surprised. It was a thumping, wasn't it? Just managed to get the hand down to stop any real damage being done. If he hadn't got that hand down, he really would have been thumped. Okay, we are going to go down to, well, we just catch the end there. Simeon Katarina of the Netherlands has defeated Kirill Denisov of Russia. That's a great win for Katarina. Well, things are lined up nicely for the repechage contests and semi-final contests. I'll just tell you who we've got as far as the semi-finals are concerned. We can always come back and catch up with the other contests, but I suppose those of you who are, well, you've got your own personal favourites. We're probably going to take a look at the plus 100 kilo semi-final between Gela Zalishvili of Georgia. He'll be up against Kageura Kokoro of Japan. It's Zalishvili in the white judogi, Kageura in blue. So, mat 3 that we are taking a look at. Kageura first to attack, left side. It was slightly untidy, however, but he managed to put in an attack within the first few seconds, just to set his stall out. This time it's Zalishvili who comes up with an attack, but it was a pretty poor one. He gets away with that. Just to remind you of our social media sites, our profile at Judo Gallery. I suppose you get all the pictures there on our Facebook page, fb.com/judo, and Twitter at Judo. Kageura not wasting any time, look at that, finishing off quickly.
Well, definitely not, and we've got the semi-final. The semi-final there of the under-78s, and what's interesting there, she's up against Sato, and with Sato, the statistics, which is not always sometimes nice to hear, but Natalie has fought that she's never beaten the Japanese, not one Japanese. 21 times she's been up against Japanese athletes, never once had beaten them, and now it's a 0-4 to Sato and fighting away in that semi-final in the under-78. So it'll be interesting to see if she can break that trend. But here's some highlights of Kageura there, beautifully finished.
Yeah, it's a pretty telling record, isn't it?
Scary, isn't it, really? Just fingers and toes crossed for her.
Yeah. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. To be found everywhere, and hopefully you will use those and enjoy the content and material that you find on them.
Well, there's the Hungarian. This young boy, cadet European champion. he's been raising the roof in this competition. You can just hear it in the background. Aguiar here in the semi-final, the under-78s. On Tomashi, well, she had a battle and a half, didn't she, in the quarter-final stage.
She's got to be careful not to pick up a penalty for avoiding to take a grip here. Okay, she can't avoid the penalty. But as a high-class athlete, you have to know where you are, what's going on, all sorts of things about timing and everything. She was backing away too many times and avoiding to take a grip. Now, you may argue that Aguiar was also not taking a grip. The difference was Aguiar was coming forward, attempting to take a grip, and Tomashi was on her way back, avoiding to take a grip.
Yeah.
So
I think what you're going to find here with Tomashi, she's absolutely spent. The quarter-final stage that she was up against with Kuka, it was such a tasking match, and it could have gone either way. And so that would have taken a lot out of her, to the advantage of Aguiar.
Oh, that is beautiful. Highlights reel, here I come, says Aguiar.
Yeah, beautifully done.
That is class. But I think there's a little bit of what Loretta Gusatdor was talking about there. There was zero resistance there. She just, you normally put up a little bit of a fight on something, but that was pure class. Look at this.
Just love it.
If you want to show someone how to execute Sasai Tsurikomiyashi, this is it. Just look at that.
Beautiful Sasai, there's no doubt about it. Textbook style, but on Tomashi, I think, was just totally spent from the quarter-final stage. It was such a match. It was unbelievable.
Well, coming on to the mat now, Tomita Wakaba of Japan faces Beatrice Souza of Brazil. It's a semi-final in the plus 78 kilo category. On the adjoining mat, Or Sasson of Israel is up against Anton Krivobokov of Russia. No scorers yet, a little over 2.5 minutes left to go. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece, however. It was nice to try and keep a clean sheet. You don't want to pick up any unnecessary penalties that may come back later on to haunt you. avoid those yellow cards if at all possible.
Well, halfway through, it was 2.5 minutes, and yeah, already accumulating those shidos. Tomita, for me, has been really outstanding. She's a big thrower when she gets an opportunity here, so nice style. Well, she secured the Osakomi here. Tomita with 2 shidos on the board, and in the last minute and 16 seconds secures the Osakomi and that place in the final, it's looking like, against the Brazilian Souza. Well, an ippon there. And there's a win. Tomita of Japan goes into the final of the plus 78 kilo category. Shirazadashvili now in the semi-final of the under 90 kilos, representing Spain. And Bozbayev of Kazakhstan in the blue. And on tatami 2, we've got another semi-final going on, and that's between Powell in white and Sato in the blue. Apparently, when they were coming on, there was a problem with the scoreboard that we took them back off again. And
that's why it's been up there for so long.
Yes, yeah.
Right, Shirazadashvili with a chance to keep himself in here. It's a tough one. Islam Bozbayev has been going great guns today, but you've got to have your money on the current world champion, Nicholas Shirazadashvili.
Oh, definitely, yeah. He's got lovely ashiwazas, koichigaris, one of his specialties. And just seen Sato winning the semi-final within seconds.
A tiny thing that I caught at the corner of my eye there. Loretta Sato was pointing out earlier on that Natalie did not have the best of records against Japanese opposition. Sato was running off the tatami and got to the edge of the tatami. Natalie was walking off rather, as you would expect, dejected and slowly, and Sato got to the edge of the tatami way before Natalie Powell did. She turned and she stood, waited for Natalie Powell to come off the tatami, bowed, and then went off.
It's very polite, isn't it? She's, well, you expect that, don't you? It's nice and humbling, isn't it?
Irrespective of the state of the contest and the fact that you've won and you've still got enough about you. You've got this...
To acknowledge that there was,
respect,
as much as you win, there was someone that lost that match, and it's a bit of respect.
And then I looked across at Nat, she just walked
and she just walked off, did you? Don't blame her.
No,
that's 22 losses against the Japanese now, and
I wouldn't have expected her
5
to.
times that she's lost against Sato.
I wouldn't have expected her to stick around for that, because Natalie carries out the accepted protocol for international competition. Actually, any competition, from kids all the way up, to bow to enter the competition area, bow onto the tatami and the contest area, bow when you're going off, and she did all of that. Just that little extra from the Japanese,
Well, we're at this semi-final, and it's a very close-fought match. At this moment, we've got a minute, just under 2 minutes. The hip throw!
Wazari, good call.
Good call. Also coming.
I like that from the Uzbek referee. We had already called it. He was still checking.
Yes.
What's the rush?
Yeah.
No need to rush. He had a look, thought about it, then he gave his score.
And you have the tendency to sort of, when you see the height, to feel that it's either going to go for Ippon or Wazari, so you're ready to call, but you never know sometimes. The flexibility and the sharp reactions from some of these athletes, they can spin out. But Shiradashvili there takes the win, and he's in the final. As we would expect it, the number 1 seed, the world champion, as you can, they're hosting the red back patch in style, will go into the final. Kuzbayev will then go into the bronze medal repechage final, and that will be interesting to see how he performs. Has an opportunity to compose himself. Now, this is a young man that's been very surprising, and again, I say he's a young man. He's come through, Catharina of the Netherlands. Great performance, finds himself against Menaskin of Estonia in the white in the semi-final. Now, this young man I have been very impressed with. Great judo, has performed so well. With coming up to the halfway mark. No scorers yet. It's a bit of a head-to-head crunching going on here at this particular moment. Shido been awarded to both athletes. Katharina looking very strong and in control here. Very little happening at this moment as Shido. Oh, beautiful Kochigari, and he just manages to anticipate that and spin out of it. But my goodness me, that was strong. That was a really fast reaction. Kochi, he just lost that control. He didn't bear down on his right side, keeping his opponent. It allowed him to just get a little spin on that. But what a threat from the Dutchman. Well, what a throw. And a Wazari, and 1 minute remaining. Well, the timing is good for him, but it's still some time for Katharina to come back. Devabi in the under 100 repechage. He wins his match against the Hungarian Činović.
Minashkin half a minute away from the final of the Budapest Grand Prix. What a day he's having.
Oh, yeah, but so is this young man from the Netherlands. For me, he's been very impressive.
Oh, yeah.
It's
difference,
dangerous. It's the maturity between the both of them.
I was going to say, the difference for me is that there are going to be plenty of these days for Simeon Katerina. As long as he stays healthy and he keeps at this kind of level. I'm just not sure how many days Minashkin's got left in him.
Yeah. Oh, look at the power. Goodness me. Oh, well, he had an opportunity there, and I don't think he'll get any more after that.
But you're right. That was the exchange.
So dangerous.
Where he could have gone, or Minashkin could have gone, because they really were both going for it, despite the fact that Minashkin is leading. He was still involved in the mix-up, wasn't he? Not afraid to get close.
What's interesting, the semi-final bit.
Oh, they gave that.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if, you could look at it on the freeze frame. I think they will look at this.
Brilliant. Oh, I hope he does get a second chance at this one.
Well, I mean, if it really is on the edge of, what would previously have been Yuko. No, they're okay with it. They're all right on the death.
Brilliant.
Absolutely dug that from the depths of nowhere, did Simeon Katerina. He was going out there. Well, he was going to the bronze medal contest.
Goodness me, that was brilliant. Let's have a look at that again. Oh,
yes,
chopped him
right over.
Straight in, chopped him right down.
That shoulder was right down.
And Asahina in the semi-final on the other mat has just gone out from Chikruhu.
And that's on 3 penalties.
On 3 penalties, Hansokumaki. That's a disappointing finish there.
Yeah, I'd have to actually look at that contest to find out whether she accumulated them all 3 or whether it was from like Wakigatami or something, where she just picked up the 1. And it was a direct answer.
No, it was accumulation of 3.
Well, in that case,
it was accumulation of 3.
She's not got her head straight. Well, can you believe it? Simeon Katerina has come up with Wazari Awazeti Ipon.
Love it.
Estonian coach is not happy with it. Here's the... Well, once he's got that right leg involved in there in the top half, it's not nice, but let's have a look at what he does with the leg here. Well, the leg isn't in, that doesn't play.
No, it isn't, and the hands went out
half
to block, so it wasn't an execution. He didn't have both hands in control.
Yeah, he's got the left hand going down.
Yeah. We saw a case of this earlier on as well, and I wasn't convinced of it being a Wazari either.
And they cancelled it mercifully because he wasn't in control of that.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's definitely a right call. They didn't at the last time, but this time they have got that one together. But it hasn't stopped him from really pushing through. Well, this has definitely been a battle. The longer it goes, Katerina, it's better for him. He's a youngster who's got lots of energy. And Minashkin is starting to tire quite considerably, but he drops underneath his opponent. Kochi got it, and again another, yes, that's definitely a score this time. And what was Arya Seti upon, and for me it was Katharina, and they've given, yeah. Oh, I thought it was for the Dutchman.
Well, some people are screaming for blue.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see that one again. I thought it was the Dutchman. Let's have a look at it. Kosota, he knocked him.
Yeah, look at the right foot. Yeah, and it's the direction in which you fall as well. Just look at that right foot. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I didn't see that at
yeah,
first.
Didn't see it. I just saw the big throw.
Yeah. You look at the top half and you think that's his. Look at the bottom half.
Yeah, it isn't.
And then you see the angle at which the body's falling as well.
He starts to turn and he's on
yeah.
top. Yeah, it's the Kochi, and yeah, he's leaning
exactly.
forward.
If Manashkin's getting thrown, then he's going to be going in his direction.
Yeah.
But if Katharina's getting thrown, he's going in his, and unfortunately for him, it was going in that direction.
Yeah, it was definitely a good call.
Yeah.
Good call from the referee. Very good call from the referee.
Mukai Shoichiro of Japan faces Ivan Felipe Silva Morales of Cuba. It's Mukai in the white judogi, Silva Morales in blue. We've still got the Wolf Aaron George Fonseca contest to come.
Right. That'll be a very interesting one indeed.
Be the last contest on mat 2. Well, it's the one that follows this one. So, and then we've got Cho Guam and Kirill Denisov in the repechage contest down on mat number 1. That follows the contest that's taking place down there. That's just finished now. Robert Florentino of the Dominican Republic. He just defeated Alexander Kukolya. That's a real shame for the Serb. 2 losses today. No podium place for the number 4 seed.
Okay, again, really looking quite tired out there, but I'm not surprised. I think anyone going out with Silva Morales is going to get tired. He's so sharp in his reaction. His pace is 100% all the time. 100 miles an hour, that boy. Just works so hard. He's so sharp as well. The Uchimata. Had a brilliant match, the Cuban against the Georgian. Really exciting. But that physically would have taken a lot out of him, but you wouldn't have thought so. Look at the big lift. It's a 50-50. Oh, yes! Mukai Wazari. And Mukai takes a place in the final of the under 90 kilos. Well, that will be an interesting bronze medal match indeed with Silva Morales and Florentino. Very, very similar in styles. So that will be quite some match.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that you get involved in, it goes one way then the other.
Yeah.
And the last time round it was Ivan Felipe Silva Morales who came out on top. This time he was on the receiving end. Right, we've got one more semi-final to bring you. It's Wolf Aaron of Japan. He faces Jorge Fonseca of Portugal. It's Wolf in the white judogi, Fonseca in blue. There you go, Loretta.
Right. Well, Fonseca is one of those ones that I always love. I think he can either get thrown big or he's a big thrower himself. He's built like a tank and he's got the biggest smile in the world. So for me, he's such a favourite of mine. He's a consistent athlete, though. He's always there. He's always troubling somebody within this world tour. Can never write the man off. On the other hand, Aaron Wolf, he's up against an amazing athlete, world champion, back in 2017. He's trying desperately to get that left hand on the lapel, and Fonseca knows what to do. He's got control, but he hasn't got control at all, really, as you can see. The left hand on the lapel now, and that's the danger for Fonseca. And it is a bit of a battle. And a contact lens has come out. Oof. Now, sympathise with something like that. I tried contact lenses not long ago. I nearly killed myself trying to put them in. So I don't know how these athletes do it. They really...
Joe Guam has just thrown Kirill Denisov of Russia for Ippon down on mat number 1. There's a little look at that. Thanks very much.
Oh, it's a bit of a 50-50 stalemate here, I think, for both these athletes. Well, they've given Aaron Wolf the Shido. I thought they might have given it both ways. Fonseca comes in. He's got that lapel grip. Oh, he had the lapel grip. Didn't have it for very long. Wolf pulling on that lapel, trying to break that grip, and in the meantime looking for the Kojigari at the same time. He's overstretching himself slightly, needs to be able to come in, but by pulling on his own lapel, it draws him into his opponent's body a little bit closer so he can get the reach for the Ashiwazas to work. A bit of a switch there of direction, a poor reaction there from Fonseca, and I think he'll pick up a Shido for that. That was really a get out of jail card, that, for him. He really just dropped him because he was in a lot of trouble at that corner. A change of direction really had Wolf fooled on that one as Wolf dropped to his knees. Shido apiece, 1 minute and 17 seconds remaining. Head-to-head clashing. Fonseca, good strong gripper, very solid in structure. Ouchigari from Aaron Wolf though, but he didn't get in deep enough to break the balance. He dropped onto his own knees. Fonseca wasn't going to mess around in the Niwaza. Wants to stay up, but still looking sharp out there, Fonseca. Good strong grip. Again, nice attack. Drops underneath him just to the side. Didn't get the finishing touch to it though, but again puts the pressure on Wolf to come back now. Oh, well, that was a very poor judgment there. Fonseca gave away another valuable... Well, I don't know why he's getting angry with himself, or even angry with anybody, because it's his own doing. He came in for that. He already got done once with it. Now he's got done exactly the same. 2 Shidos. Well, losing this final, unless he gets caught with a big throw, he'll have his self to blame. Well, touching the leg isn't classed really, as far as I'm concerned, classification of a throw. Need to be able to move them and break that balance, so tapping that ankle's doing no good to nobody. We're into the golden score. Fonseca wanting to have his belt tied. Now this is a bit of a turnaround, but 2 Shidos to Fonseca. 1 more would result in Hans Okimaki. Cannot afford to do any more of those daft Cianagis. Wolf really could play a bit of a tactical game here. Look busy, goes for the Koichigari. Aaron there, as you can see, with the left hand on the lapel. He gets past the defences this time, just about. He just stumbles his opponent slightly. He took him off balance, but a good attack from Fonseca. Well, that was much better. But it's that left hand he's got to overcome the control that Aaron Wolf has, who drops underneath there. Now follows it through into the Niwaza, and this was where he'll catch him, and he does. I think, to be honest, Fonseca just threw in the towel on that one.
Well, it was getting into the kind of area that Fonseca doesn't feel comfortable, physically doesn't feel comfortable.
Yeah.
The longer the contests go on for, the bigger the drop in power that you see, and that was just one where he'd had enough.
I thought you were going to break into song just there now.
Well, we said at the beginning of the day that just from the list that we had, the list of fighters and the number of high quality competitors, that this was likely to be as good a day as day 2. Maybe day 1 was just a little bit slow in getting going, but Loretta Cusack-Doyle this morning said that she expected, you know, a top draw day with lots of action, and so it turned out, Loretta. Just get that.
You're just tidying me up a little bit, that's
okay.
it.
Let's just get the microphone a little bit closer so we can hear your lovely voice.
If it's that close, I'll eat it.
There you go.
Right.
But you're just a little bit too close to me though, because we can't see our figure of Dr. Kano, That
A little
is,
bit of rub for luck there.
that's a porcelain figure that's produced by Herend Porcelain. They're our sponsors, or one of our sponsors here. We thought we'd put him in the background and have him there so you could see. Herend.com, by the way, if you like your porcelain. Right, let's get back to the action. It sounds like QVC shopping.
It
We've
does.
got 5
I
of
was
these
just-
left. Get your bids in now. 4 now, 4, and every time we sell when they go up. Come on, come on,
You're on
serious
a
now.
percentage. Now,
Serious.
let's get on a serious note. And we've got the under 78s. We'll start with there with the women. Well, that was some weight category. Some surprises there. Aguilera, number 1 seed, came through right to the final as we would expect. And the Powell, number 2 seed, will sadly in that semi-final. And we talked about the statistics of when she's up against the Japanese. 22 times she's actually been up against someone from Japan, and 22 defeats. And against Sato, it was going to be a really tall order for her because she'd already lost to her 4 times going into that semi-final, which was an absolute shame, really.
Right. Now, I'm going to ask you something here because people might think this is, well, not controversial, but it's something else to think about. Natalie Powell is a highly ranked fighter. She's reached that ranking position despite the fact that she's got all these defeats to the Japanese. My question is, where does she normally come up against the Japanese? In the later rounds.
In the later rounds.
Because she's normally fighting Japanese who are highly seeded. So she's fighting
Yes.
highly seeded Japanese in the later rounds. The fact that she may go on to lose to them, God knows how many times, but then bounces back and stands on the podium next to them, possibly is just a level of exactly where she is.
Yes.
Not as good as they are, but good enough to beat out the rest of the Europeans and get on the
Definitely.
podium.
Well-
So I'm going to ask you this. And Loretta and I haven't practiced
No,
this.
you're putting me on the spot here.
I
I'm
will here.
I'm actually getting quite nervous, really.
Let's say that you thought you were maybe in the top 10 in the world, but you looked at yourself honestly and thought, if I could get on that podium, especially the Olympic podium, which is what Natalie Powell is looking at, would you settle for 28, 29, 30 defeats to the Japanese and a bronze medal at the Olympic Games? Or would you say, I'd just like to beat a Japanese once and you can keep the bronze medal at the Olympics?
Give me the
Right,
Olympic
okay.
medals.
Get-
Give me the Olympic medal anytime.
So don't go beating yourself up. If Natalie's going to watch this, don't go beating yourself up
No.
about having lost the Japanese. You lose to Hamada Shori, Sato Ruika. You lose to the top Japanese. We can accept that if you then bounce back and you get your medals and you stay up there because she's
Yes.
one of the top 10 in the world.
She is one of the top 10 in the
Yeah.
world. At the end of the day, she's a consistent athlete, a consistent performer. She's always there around the medals or on that podium. And when it actually comes to the big event like the Continental Championships, the World Masters, she gets on that podium. But the problem is that this year, especially this year, and it's the full points as well that again, we haven't had a medal out of her yet. And
We
the
might
longer
get there. Could be today.
well, it could be today, and that's what we're hoping. Fingers crossed for her that she gets, because the longer that goes, there's that niggling doubt as well, and it's the pressure that may be around her that will put on her shoulders as well. So I'm hoping that she will be able to get on that podium. I think she deserves it. She's a great athlete, a consistent athlete, but she's up against the young girl from Portugal. And that's going to be a tough one as
Sampaio,
well.
is it?
But she's got the experience.
And then I've got one bit of good news for Natalie. As far as the Continental Championships are concerned, you will never lose to a Japanese in the Continental Championships.
No. You would hope not.
Let's do the next weight category then.
Right. Well, here we go with the plus 78s. Right. We have Tomita in the final from Japan. Great. And the big
Surprise.
surprise. And she'll be going all the way to that final with the biggest smile on her face is Chick Ruhu.
It's incredible.
Would you have ever
No
put
way.
that down?
No way.
Ashahina in that
Out.
semi-final, out, having to battle away against Ortiz, who was also the number 1 seed in this
Number one and number two.
Number one and number two are going to battle away for a bronze medal. Would you have actually committed to that
No.
at the beginning of the day?
So we get the fight that we wanted to
No.
see. We wanted to see Asahina and Ortiz. We thought it would be the final because they're 1 and 2. Actually, it's going to be the bronze medal contest.
And only one is going to be standing on that podium.
And as Loretta was saying, great day actually, great day for Nihal Chekrahu of Tunisia. Fantastic in the final, and you never know what can happen. Tommy Terry is not the number one Japanese. There's a shot for her there.
Yeah, definitely. So it's going to be a very interesting bronze medal match.
Right,
Look out
next
for
one
that
up.
one. So now we come to the men.
What happened here? 90
my
kilos.
goodness.
Carnage.
Carnage, absolute. But you say carnage, but the biggest upset for this crowd here in Hungary was
Top Christian.
Christian
Yeah.
going out,
Yeah.
but he went out against Mukai, and it was a very interesting match.
Yeah, it was
and
class
it was
as well.
a
It was real
really
quality.
classy.
Yeah.
It went right to the wire, and then the big throw came out, and there was questions asked.
Yeah.
There
yeah,
was
yeah.
it. Be a massive big throw, or it'll be a complete flop, and I'm hoping it's going to be a big throw. I really
And what
do.
about that second bronze
Gavinashvili
medal
and
contest? And
Bozbayev. Oh, I think
Old style Eastern Bloc matchup.
it's going to be a head-to-head, isn't it?
Except that Becker, we know, is the all-powerful around the hip type fighter. So we could
I
get
call
something
the
out of this.
Oxo
Yeah.
Cube on
Yeah.
legs. He's a square as he comes. He's powerful. He's actually been looking really good today, and obviously he's got a long history of successes throughout. And
then the
I think
final.
Gavinashvili will take that bronze medal. I hope they. And the final, you've got Sherdashvili of Spain.
Current world champion.
Current world
Yeah.
champion, the number one seed, gets right through there. Ease. I don't think he was really troubled at all throughout
Nice
the day.
little contest with Chudakishvili, but
Yes.
Chudakishvili, as you say, never really troubled him. He never threatened him with the prospect of being thrown. He just took him that little bit.
Yeah.
It took him a little bit of time to work it out,
Those
and eventually
long
he
legs
did.
just they work so well for him, don't they? But he's up against Mukai. Now, this will be interesting because they're so different. You couldn't match up two different guys together, and both have got such style amongst them. They're both big throwers. One's long-limbed, very wiry, and doesn't really have to engage too. The other one is a little bit more solid, and he needs to get in there close, up front, and personal.
He's got the height and reach advantage with the long limbs, as you say.
I think so. I think that might be what will give him that gold medal for the Spaniard. That's what I think. He doesn't need to get in too close. He can use his feet. He works really well with the Koichigares, Uchimatas. He's great. And he's been flowing here today. He actually has worked well today. He's looking on form. I think he'll take the gold.
Okay, 100 kilo category.
Right. Well, we got Cho with one bronze, and he's up against Fonseca. Now, I like Fonseca.
Yeah,
I do.
yeah,
He's a big bear, isn't he? And he throws well. He's got nice judo. He was a little bit disappointing in that semi-final.
Yeah,
I think
he tanked, didn't he, at that stage? Yeah.
I think he threw in the towel at the end against Wolf because it was the Shidos. He gave away valuable percentages against a very strong, world-class world champion. And you can't do that. You cannot do that. So he's only got himself to blame with that one. And I think he knew that. And I think the stuffing was really knocked out of him. And when he went into the Niwazu, he got caught and he laid down and let it happen.
Another number one seed ending up in a bronze medal contest. The other one is Joachim Devabi and Simeon Katharina, the Dutchman, the young Dutch
He's
boy.
great.
Yeah,
He's
exciting,
great.
isn't he?
Very exciting, and he was very unlucky. I thought he was very unlucky. He has had a great performance here today. Such maturity for such a young lad that's come in here, and he has fought his heart out. I'd like to see him take that bronze medal. I think he deserves it. And but like I've said before, he's young, and this is the starting point for him. It's upwards and onwards for this young man, and it'll be interesting to see how he performs over the years. I can see he's world class.
Yeah, he is.
I
indeed.
really feel
Good
he's
call.
world class. And then
And
you've
in the
got
final,
we've got Wolf. who's in there. He had a bit of a battle with Fonseca, as I said, and
Grigory Menashkin from Estonia. Bit of a shocker.
He's a shock. He is a real shock. I would never. I did look at him and I thought, do you know what? He's one of the old boys, isn't he? And he's one of these that digs in. He's always around the medals. He's not always on the podium, but he's been there for a long, long time. That you've got to give him an air of respect. But when you did look at the list that was in front of us, and then I'm thinking, right, we've got to highlight who would you think is going to get through, who really has a realistic chance of making it on that podium. He's already on it.
And
he's in the final.
Now he is.
And I never even looked at him.
And I wouldn't have put him on there.
Never
yeah,
looked at him.
Right.
So fair play to the man. He has dug in deep. He's been consistent, and that maturity is what's brought him here into that final. So, but I think Wolf might just have the edge on this one.
I'm going to go
He's
with
not looking his
Wolf
greatest,
Aaron,
but I'm going for Wolf.
Right, in the plus 100 kilo category, the last one then, the 2 bronze medal matchups. The young Hungarian, what a chance the Hungarians have got to celebrate a youngster, but he's up against a tough Russian, Anton Krivobokov, who's got some previous in this venue, because this was where he won the Cadet World Championships in 2009. So,
yeah, but this Hungarian, 18 years old. 18! Would you have ever thought an 18-year-old would be battling away on a World Tour Grand Prix? He's been special, but I think the maturity might just be that little bit that tips the edge towards Krivobokov.
Yeah. Also the timing. Krivobokov is an old-style, kind of lumbering heavyweight who all of a sudden explodes with power. He's not going to catch you with speed, but he will catch you with the power. And if he gets hold of you or he gets in, you go over. Very powerful fighter.
Zelashvili for me.
The Georgian, in the second one.
I predicted him at the beginning.
Yeah.
I thought the Georgians would do well in this weight category. And looking at his record and his form, he's actually a good guy. And he's getting better. He's getting more and more confident out there. So I picked him for a bronze medal here today. I think he's just got that little edge. He's looking good out there.
Okay, and then the final, Kageura Kokoro of Japan goes up against Or Sasson of Israel. What about this one?
Do you know, Kagura for me is looking good. And I already put him there as being really a contender. He was in the top seed. But I think he's looking sharp. But Sasson, he's one of these that is consistently good, isn't he? He's constantly performing.
Especially
and
if he's injury-free.
Well, and if he's injury-free, then that's fine. And I think that he might just have the edge here in this final.
My concern for Sasson is the tempo. He's moved up to 100 kilos, where he's accustomed to a quicker tempo. The reason that he's really comfortable here is because the fighters are normally slower.
Yes, but
not
Kokoro is.
So he goes back down to that net. That's my only concern.
Yes.
He's not your normal, lumbering kind of heavyweight. He'd be better up against Krivobokov.
Yes,
Sasson.
definitely, yeah.
But against Kageura, I think that the tempo is just going to unsettle him a little bit. He's in his comfort zone now. He's stacked on those extra 10, 12 kilos, so he doesn't want to go back to that quick tempo.
Yes.
I think he's going to get it against Kageura. The tempo, I mean.
Yeah, I think so. I'm going with him as well. I think he's got a possibility of just nudging through onto that top spot on the podium. But it'll be interesting. It's going to be a good match. That's what I predict. It's going to be a good fight.
Right. Where are we then as far as the time is concerned? Is it 10 to 3 here? Just want to make sure that we give you the right time where we are, because I'm going to give the time when we're going to come back. We're going to come back at 5 o'clock. So we've got a little over 2 hours before Loretta Kusatdor and myself are back. Loretta's going to go off to have lunch. I'm going to go off to see how England are doing against New Zealand in the Cricket World Cup, but that's another story. From Loretta Kusatdor and myself, it's bye-bye for now.
See you later.